Hello, human. It is I. Hello.
Hello, imbecile.
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello. Yeah, I haven't decided what I want to do for like the threshold for where people can get their own like emotes. Because I've just been giving them out arbitrarily when I realized like, oh, these people have been around for a while and they haven't had their custom emote yet. And I'm like, I should. Hi. I just started. I realized that I should give more people custom emotes who've been here for a bit. I just keep forgetting. I think the last time I did it was like literally like 4 months ago or more. It's been a while. But yeah, so each person's emote, like when you type their name out, has some sort of relation to like the person in some way. Oh my, a doggo talking. I think it was Spinny Pringle. Thank you for the cheese guy. Anyway, I spent more money today that I definitely shouldn't have. Custom emotes for every viewer? Oh, chips, yeah. Well, not for every viewer. It's just 7TV emotes. So basically, like, I go on to 7TV, I find a random emote that like is associated with the person. Like, for instance, Santa Bunny has a bunny emote. Mimi has a Pepe cute emote. Chips has a chips emote. So yeah. Just so that like people who have 7TV can see it, because it'd be funny. But also, yeah, I may have just caved and bought the things for the bike to like really finally, because like everything that I've been doing for the bike has been good, but it hasn't been like significant in the appearance. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna spend like $80 and I'm gonna get like the rear mud guard. I'm gonna get the front fender. I'm gonna take off the freewheel that's on the bike and put a new freewheel on. So yeah. It's actually funny, that skeleton bone emote I think is one of the ones that Mimi uses pretty frequently. The dancing skeleton one. I don't think it's the same one though. I could be wrong. But yeah. I am literally now not allowed to spend any money until I get my paycheck in this month from Twitch, because oh boy, there's not like anything left. I don't know how I spent so much. It just climbed pretty quickly. But the bike's great. I'm looking forward to never having to do this again. Just to be completely honest with you. I think the next thing I might have to do is like change the brake pads. Chips, is that you? Yeah, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. But yeah, so I had to, okay, so let me tell you the story about what's going on with the bike now, because you guys are all early and the early people get the IRL things, IRL updates. So wow, I'm getting an ad in my order history. That's amazing. Thanks, Amazon. So the new updates for the things that I need to get. By the way, if you think I'm a boy, you're wrong. I'm a grill. I know you said girl, but all girls on the internet are girls. Doggo, time to freeze the credit card on the block of ice. No, not yet. I really didn't get that much today. I got a chain tool, a bike chain tool, so I can punch out chain links, because the chain that I got is too long, because of course it is. I got a new freewheel because the one that I have on the bike, the bearings are shot. They're just gross and disgusting and not very good anymore. So I got a new freewheel for the back. And then I said, fuck it. And I got a front fender and a rear fender, a tool to actually get the freewheel off, and then the bolts for the mounting hardware on the front. So, and that was $80. And I'm over here. I'm like, no more. God, no more. No more. It's fine. No more. Just no more. No more. I have more of an oven, an induction stove. Ah, yes, the women of different cooking utensils. I'm not a dog, but it's fun dog 1 2 3 4 5. Oh, sorry, 1 2 3 5 4. Ash. Wait, who? Brandy? Oh, I'm a dog in real life. Don't tell them. Your race. I'm sorry I assumed your species. But yeah, I even looked into changing the oil in the front forks because I think they're a bit too stiff, but I was like, you know what? No. No, just stop. Because of course buying the new sprocket, the free will. I'm gonna bounce already. Okay, Frenzy, have a good day. The temptation to paw cam. Shh. Oh god. But I decided against it. Thank you for the face rub. I decided against it because I need to not spend any more money on this, to be completely honest. I'm very excited to get the bike finished and go out for a ride. Basically nothing is really gonna change. The new phone mount is really nice though. The new phone mount is really nice. Having the charger to actually charge the phone is gonna be really nice. Having the gators on the front forks, I won't worry about the front forks getting rusted out or damaged as much. Like it'll be nice. It'll be nice. But not a lot is gonna change. That being said though, the rear shocks are gonna make the drive probably significantly better. That I'm looking forward to. Oh, didn't like Dungeons and Dragons say that they're no longer calling them races or something? No, hold on. Hello, dog. I can't stay for stream because I am not home, but have a good stream. Oh, thank you, Danelle. I hope I hope wherever you are is fun and enjoyable. But unfortunately, with the new things that I'm getting in, I can't mount the I can't mount the tire on the bike. Hi, Nico. Yeah, I saw you were talking in the Discord. I was like, holy shit, you're alive? Oh, you're here for, are you here for React Day? Oh, I should open up Discord. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to put the I'm indeed alive somehow. What are they calling them now? I'm not sure. I'll have to double check. But I do know that they changed it because of like trying to be like publicly correct, PR or PC. Hang on 1 second. Oh god, should have sent the fucking Black Ops trailer. Sky is here so we can watch the Trigun. Yeah, we definitely got some stuff for React this week because we didn't do React last week, so we got some stuff. The exclamation point Discord GG. Yes, we will do the React for your Trigun. I just need to get the explanations. It's probably not a bad thing that I can't get on the bike for a bit because of my hand. So I'm being forced to like not ride the bike because I'm working on it, which is probably for the best because of my hand injury. Hopefully it should be fixed enough that I can ride on Wednesday, but god, dude. I keep buying things that go on the things that I need to go onto the bike again so I can ride it. Like I keep like, oh, I'll just get this, I'll get the freewheel for the back sprocket because I have the tire off. So I do it, and then I'm like, well, I can't mount the tire because now I'm waiting for that part to come in. I'm just like, ah. Okay. So, you know what? We'll go bottom to top. I put nerd stuff in. I think so. Let me see. We're gonna go bottom to top, just so I don't have to keep track of it. I will delete on the way. Okay. Nope, that's not the right browser. Go ahead and pause music so we can get into React stuff. Erp. Yeah. Right. So this is the official teaser for Black Ops 7. Jesus Christ, it's like iPhones at this point. All right, let's see how much money they blew on shit they didn't need.
Welcome.
I completely forgot to turn on my audio thing. Wait 1 second. How many Black Ops? Not enough, apparently. Thanks, Activision. Properties. There we go. All right.
To the guild. We have been expecting you.
Okay.
Please, follow me.
So Infinite Warfare?
You already know us as a global tech leader. Our software, our
Okay, so Infinite Warfare.
combined with our skilled team, is designed to save lives.
Uh-huh.
Your years of service have shown you the importance.
Do you guys think... How long do you think it's going to take for Black Ops to stop doing any campaign stuff? At least I wish they'd end the zombie story properly as the creator wished it to end. Yeah, you'd think, right? Black Ops 69. I wonder if they'd ever do that. I don't think Activision is going to make it to that far in the future. I think Activision is going to have a fucking collapse at some point. But like, I remember, what was it, Battlefield 4? Or, wait. No, it was after Battlefield 4 they stopped doing stories for Battlefield. Like, they stopped doing the campaigns.
Of our work.
So, like, how long do you think it's going to take for them to stop spending all of the money on the campaigns and just put everything into multiplayer?
Here, you'll witness the global...
What I will say, though, is that... Damn, dude. Damn. Call of Duty is optimized as fuck. The Call of Duty games always look pretty good. The Call of Duty games always look pretty good, and they're always pretty well optimized. Especially with the shit show that has been Unreal Engine and every other game designer out there recently. The COD games have been running pretty well, which is really nice.
Scope of that mission in action. Let me introduce you to our esteemed visionary.
For too long, we have been bound.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the black eyeshadow and black eyeliner and black face paint here, but sure.
Outdated systems. Accepting
I can math. Yes, you can.
Instead of redefining them. The guild is safeguarding tomorrow now.
Okay, so we have advanced weaponry because fuck you, we have drones.
We are
Ah! Wait. Doesn't that look like the fucking tank from StarCraft? Wait, I've seen that tank before. Who recognizes that tank? Anyone recognize that? Hang on. I feel like I've seen spider tanks like that before in a different franchise. Does that look familiar to anyone? Spider tank. Hang on. Where have I seen this before? Helldivers? No, that's not right. I've seen something very similar to this before, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I know spider tanks are pretty common, but there's a very specific game that I'm thinking of, and I can't remember what it was. Oh well. Black Ops Mystery Dungeons. Yeah, that's called the Battle Royale. You just don't know which dungeon you're getting into.
Protection
Also, Nico, I did read your message.
worldwide.
New Star Wars game? No. No, it's Call of Duty. I don't know what's worse, a spider or a spider tank. Well, the spider tank doesn't have any legs.
Our advancements are designed to elevate everyday life, reshaping the future of technology on a global scale.
Spy drone.
I'm Emma Kagan, CEO of the Guild.
Hi, Brooke. Welcome in. Okay, so I have a hard time with shit like this because I see something like this.
Welcome back,
Our
Brooke.
advancements are
So I
designed
see this guy going like over to this display here, right?
to reshaping the future of technology on
Right.
a global scale.
Here, where he left the presentation after being guided in by a robot. Having him just be able to free reign whatever he wants with no environmental consequence, whether the robot's telling him, hey, where are you going, or like anything like that, where he just walks over. I understand it's like, I understand why, but it also just feels so unrealistic that this dude is just gonna walk over here without being interrupted at all.
CEO of the Guild.
I also feel like they should have done something different with the audio, where if you're going to make him look isolated, where you're leaving the area that you're supposed to be in, and you're like, they should have done the thing where where things were talking and then they like do the thing where all of the volume in the background gets dulled down and the vision gets like more focused on this thing to show that the character has basically started ignoring everything in the environment in the background, and then it would feel more justifiable that nothing is interacting with him because he's become self-isolated. To have the background audio get louder when he does this, it seems to conflict the aspect of leaving the area where this audio was coming from to focus on this one thing. All things in general scare me because they crawl onto you and you wouldn't know. Well, see, the glorious thing about being a fuzzy dude is that I know when things crawl on me because they touch all the hairs on my body. So yeah, that tempered glass is way too fragile. Fuck. Wait a minute, a small spider that looks like a spying drone from Spire. Oh geez, yeah. Black Ops Arceus. Right there. They should have toned and zoomed to that, toned that out.
I'm Emma Kagan, CEO of the Guild.
This is cool. This is cool. Because I think in the couple frames, I don't know if this is cinematically chosen to do this. But look, she's not looking at him. And then still not looking at him. Watch the first crack at the top. Now she's looking at him. So I don't know if that was specific cinematic direction or not, but I kind of like, I like the choice that they made of putting the characters in specific areas. I think that's pretty cool. My own hair touch. Oh, that happens to me too sometimes. A little zoom in on the face here and here. That's fun. Like that detail. Are we doing another fucking cyberpunk thing? Really? I swear to God. I swear to God. One game does well and everyone else is like, oh, we should do that too. This better not be another cyberpunk thing. I swear to fucking God. Nago was cool. Thank you, Mimi. Everything is cinematic direction. It doesn't happen without a purpose, especially glass breaking. Yes, but also whether or not something is specifically intended for the way I interpret it, or rather just we did it because we wanted the character to look at the glass and nothing more. Like, I don't know how much intention things have, rather. Inception. Yeah, Inception, Cyberpunk. Because, like, dude, look, it's not just the Cyberpunk aesthetic. It's also the, like, oh, you know what, Cyberpunk? Chinese symbols. Let's put them in Chinatown. Cyberpunk Chinatown. And I'm just like, it's either World War I or actual Cyberpunk future. They can't go anywhere else. Thank you, Mimi, because that's what it fucking feels like. So many games just feel like, oh, this other game did really good, so we're gonna work on a game, and then 3 or 4 years later, we're gonna release a game that's basically inspired from the previous one that did really well, but it'll be so far in the future that hopefully people won't see the, like, the association, you know? Okay, now if it's a dystopian, to be fair, I don't think we've had enough dystopian future apocalyptic games. Ever since, like, Tom Clancy's Division, I haven't really seen any decent, like, the city has been overrun by famine and stuff and, like, survival. Like, we've had, like, Mad Max games and stuff like that, but I don't think we've had a good, decent, like, post-apocalyptic game in a while. So if we don't do that and we do that, that'd be cool. I consider running a Cyberpunk bar on Twitch. More inspired by the Necromancer. Okay. This isn't working for me. I saw that you joined. You need to go through the entrance process. The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? A butterfly, Mason, what does it mean?
It's a powerful thing.
You're gonna crush it, aren't you? Why? It's not, like, it's so cliche, dude. It's so fucking cliche. I would have been surprised if you let it go. And then everyone cheered.
Chips, please not the spray bottle again.
Friendly reminder, people hated futuristic COD games. Yeah. Nothing about... Nothing about that. We just have a gun now. Okay? If you fucking put this... If you put this in front of anyone and you said, right here, and you say, guess the game, no one would fucking know. No one would know. Then you say Mason, so people know the game, and then you just show up with a gun. Like, okay. So tell me what are you teasing? Are you teasing that this is the world? Okay. Hang on, I gotta let it load. Oh, we in 4K? Oh, that's a little bit high. Let me do 1440. Okay. So is this the world? Or is this the world? Or is this the world? Like, you've literally told me, or is this the world? You've literally told me nothing. You gave me a bunch of random examples about walking through different geographic locations, and then said Mason with dude, and then gave me gun. You gave me nothing. You gave me no combat, no politics, no world building, and any world building you did do, you didn't even make it concrete enough so that I actually know which one's the right one. And then dude with gun. Okay, so, and then we just go immediately into gameplay because no one gives a shit about any of the story stuff. So, what the fuck is this? Why is there a giant knife coming down from the sky? What? Is that the BR map? And this is the smallest look that we have of anything and probably in the actual game. And then we immediately go right back to Battle Royale because fucking that's what Call of Duty is now. Call of Duty is just a Battle Royale game. Just, that's it. That's what it is now. They make a lot of money from it. They copied Fortnite. They went, okay, here's Battle Royale now. Have fun. Some story, going back to zombies. This was a whole bunch of nothing. Nah, but doggo COD directives think we'll just give them a different gun and then they'll be happy. Yeah. What about second gun? So what are the comments here? Black Ops 6 came out like a minute ago, bro. Black Ops 3 plus Black Ops 3 plus Black Ops 1. I can't wait for Black Ops 27 next week. Reduce, reuse, recycle has become the motto for all of Call of Duty. Just imagine how bad the bundles are going to be for this one. Quantity over quality. What are you seeing is advanced warfare. That's pretty funny. Sorry, I realize you guys can't see it that well. Can't wait to download over 600 gigabytes for 2 new maps, 3 weapons, and 40 minutes of campaign. I'm gonna be honest, COD just doesn't get me hyped anymore. The 20,000 reported hackers are gonna have so much fun. When did Black Ops 6 come out? Hang on. Oh. Huh. Wait. Does this have a scheduled launch day? The year is 2035 and the world is the brink of chaos, ravaged by violent conflict and psychological warfare. Following the events of Black Ops 2 and the events of Black Ops 6. Wielding cutting-edge technology, the Black Ops team, led by Mason, must fight back against a manipulative enemy who weaponizes fear above all. You have one good game and you can't hop off its dick, I swear. Cutting edge technology. We have drones. So a sword. I get it. I get it. That's cute. The weird thing is BO6 and Cold War both had good campaigns. Yeah. So it is tied to Black Ops 6. So have fun. I really wish the games, like, can we do something where we just have different Call of Duty games? Where, like, if you're gonna tell a story, can you just keep it in one title? Like, if you're gonna tell a story of Black Ops 2 and 6 and then 7, can you just say like Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3? And like, if you're gonna do some completely different story that takes place in the same time frame, you just name it a different game. Because, like, yeah, like you can call it like Black Ops A2, like alternative story. Like you can okay, it still takes place in the era, but call it a different, I don't know, dude. It's just, this is getting fucking ridiculous. We are getting a trailer for the next game less than, oh wait, so October, 8 months after Black Ops 6 came out. Yeah, we got a trailer for the next Black Ops game 8 months after the other one dropped. Dude, like, they really are doing everyone spends most of the money in the first 6 months of the game, so we'll just make a new game every 8 to 9 months now instead of every 12 months, because then we can just capitalize on the first cyclical period of people spending all of their money. I hate modern gaming. I hate modern day gaming. Okay. Let me get rid of that. Give me 1 second. Very indifferent about that trailer. It was a teaser, so it's not the full trailer, but still very indifferent. Nice check in. What age do you have to be for the Discord? You have to be a minimum of 13. If you're under 18 but above 13, you check the under 18 rule. If you're under 13, you have to let me know, and then I'm gonna I have to do something. Okay. All right, this one, this is the Trigun Stampede that Sky wanted me to react to on stream, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. All right.
Millions.
Yeah. Oh. Cell shaded 3D. This will be interesting.
ナイブスという名前は聞いたことあるかい?
Let's see how. Okay, so 3D anime doesn't need to be bad. It just needs to be very stylistic. If you can have 3D stylized really well, then it's not too jarring. But if you don't, Have you heard of Million Nines before?
ナイブスという名前は聞いたことあるかい?
Wow, actually accurate subtitles.
第三都市ジュライそこに奴はいる.
Okay. The same Pete's made Beastars. Oh.
できれば争いたくはないんだけど、あの人たちは僕に.
One second. Why does this person remind me of Bulma?
食われるかこの星は過酷だ俺たちはただの記者だ偶然出会った人がこんないい人だなんて僕って最高についてるな変な人ヒューマノイド台風か必ず最悪に見舞われるって話だ僕しちゃうただの葬儀屋や
I'm getting weird like cowboy bebop vibe. Oh boy. Okay, so we got the stereotypical carrying across the desert when bandages. Smash! Oh my god, Sky, calm down. Ah, okay, I knew I recognized something like that. Sorry, mouse on screen. Okay. So seems interesting. But I must have we're gonna watch it again. I'm gonna pay more attention to the subtitles this time. Hang on. Have you ever seen Kaizo Trap? I don't think so. All right, if you're 16, do you go under 18 or no? Yes. If 16 is under 18. Okay. Have you heard of the name Million Knives before? Okay, so Million Knives is a person? Okay, I'll take a peek at it. That dude, I'm guessing. So he's going to the city. Okay, if that premise is true, I'm already kind of meh on it. If the dude's going to the city, got saved by somebody, and then immediately gets wrapped up in helping the other people, I don't like that. React is for everyone. No, if you have something for React, it's and you're under 18, you put it in the under 18 chat. I've never liked quote unquote side quest anime, which is like, here's this thing I'm gonna go do, and then immediately get distracted by something not even remotely close to it. Because it's just like, why did you bait me with this main storyline if the entire 12 episodes that we're watching is something completely not associated with the main storyline? That bugs the shit out of me. So I'm having a knee-jerk reaction of I'm not really liking the fact that I was like, I'm going to the city, but they were nice to me, so I'm gonna go help them out. And I'm just like, hello? What about the city? What about the whole thing about finding the person? Okay.
俺たちはただの記者だ。偶然出会った人がこんないい人だなんて僕って最高についてるな。変な人。ヒューマノイド台風。
I want to know what this thing is.
変な人。ヒューマノイド台風。
Okay, so he's wanted.
必ず最悪に見舞われるって話だ。僕しちゃう。
So this seems like he goes to the city, gets help, saved by them, helps them. Now they need to help him for helping that. Okay.
どんなにしんどい十字架背負っててもな。ワロでええんやで。ほな、ぼちぼち行こうか。
あの人超絶弱そうですわよ。
真っ先に死ぬタイプだぜ。
バッシュさん、受け取ってください。
一体誰にビビってる？ワイはワイの仕事をするだけや。相手が誰やってもな。
Yeah.
バッシュ、お前はどっちの味方だ？
Okay. Man, I'm really picky today, huh? Dog, it's an MC looking at side quest. They can't control themselves. I'm really picky with shit like this because there wasn't a whole lot of information. It showcased some of the characters and then very loosely showcased the planet and then very loosely showcased other things. It's like, it's the official trailer. It seems like they're marketing it towards people who are already aware of the series. Maybe it's just the trailer. Maybe, I don't know. Hello, hi Musty. There are more trailers, but I chose this one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking like maybe it's just this specific one. It seems fun. Like, I definitely would watch it out of curiosity. I'm getting weird like Cowboy Bebop vibes from it though. Oh my god, are you watching Trigun? No, this is just the trailer. This is just the trailer. Sky wanted me to watch the remake trailer. I'm curious, but I'll definitely need to see how the story progresses. I've been having issues with animes recently because I feel like so many just don't finish. Watch the original first. It's better. I can look into it. I'll see what the consensus online is. I've been feeling like I've been feeling like a lot of anime recently has done the whole thing of releasing a season and then ending the season without any development whatsoever in the story, and then never doing a second season. Like, I haven't really been enjoying a lot of anime because of that, because every time I pick up something, it just feels like I'm never gonna get the story, like I'm never gonna get the story finished. Like there's so many things I've watched where the story doesn't end at the end of the season, but that never gets a second season. So you just watch it and it's like, all right, cool. That it? And that really bugs me. I know that like, I know that anime most of the time is just basically one gigantic advertisement for the manga because they make more money on that, but it still just feels terrible to go into a new anime and be like, so are we actually going to finish the story behind this anime, or are we going to do a thing where you just kind of leave it open-ended forever? Cool here, waiting for No Game No Life. The same thing with one of my favorite anime of all time was Spice and Wolf. season 2 ended and everyone's like, cool, when are we getting season 3? And they went, we're never getting season 3. And I went, oh, cool. And it's like shit like that, dude. I don't know, it bugs me. I love anime that actually finish, that actually like concludes. All right, let's see. Look at that. One Piece, how do you feel? Yeah, that's kind of a great example. Like Pokemon, similar to Pokemon. I honestly can't wait for the next season, even though it's not as consistent with the abilities and plot. I will tell you, the last episode of Trigun broke me, and they left us a cliffhanger, and now we're just waiting for season 2. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure Horimiya was pretty good because they did everything. I've seen other things. I've seen anime where they finish it. Like even if it's not what's in the manga, like if they do an adaptation, but they finish it because they decided that like they wanted to actually have a story within the 12 to 24 episodes that they made different than what's in the manga. I'm fine with that if they do it well. But we've just had so many things where it's just like, it's just, I don't know, man. It's like ripping a book in half, giving it to a person, and then being like, enjoy this. I'm like, am I gonna get the other half of the book? I'm like, meh, maybe. Like, how many times am I gonna read half a book before I start getting aggravated that I keep being handed half a book every single time an anime comes out? Okay, what is this? Oh boy. Okay. We're in for a bit here. This is an 8-minute long one. I wish they didn't like Excel World where you have 2 seasons, then a movie that skipped like 15 volumes. I liked Excel World. I never went back to it. I've been good. How have you been, Musty? Love the show, but it just doesn't exist in the movie. Yeah, Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Oh God, what is this? Foreign aid? Gorilla, I have no idea. Good old isekai. I'm gonna get fucking, this VOD is gonna get DMCA'd so hard. Konosuba? Oh, absolutely. The entire thing about Konosuba is questionable. 100%. Hi, Mobius. Oh my God.
Oh, looky, Mobius is here. That's a VIP, everyone.
This looks like Worms Battleground stuff. Jesus Christ. Imagine being real and just getting stabbed. Good old Sonic. That's crazy. Little detail on the blood on the spot that it wasn't the first time she had to do that. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I fucking called that too. Right back here. It's like all the detailing on the spikes for the blood, and then moving into right on this one where all of the blood on the top. And be like, yeah, okay, so she's had to do that a couple of times. That's not the first time she did it, and then immediately going into that was pretty cool. Imagine if a combat IRL worked like it does in turn-based RPGs. That would be hilarious. Like, why are you all stopping? I mean, this is a cool spectacle. I don't get the point of it, but it's cool. Maybe it's an homage to just all the like. Nah, dude, this is a custom level. This is not. Jesus Christ, this would suck. That's not a real game, dude. Imagine if a game company came out with something like this. We were standing in line shooting at each other. Yeah, exactly. That would never happen. It's the Dark Souls of platformers. It's about, yeah, like Meat Boy, yeah. Continue. Wait, you can go home? Oh, that's cool. Is the concept of like, dude, the parallaxing on that is so good. Whoop. Hang on, I need to know. They didn't wait their turns back then. They would fire in alliance. I've seen things about old JRPGs actually having like it was like you were turn-based, but the enemies weren't. Like the enemies were on a timer, so they do things every 10 or 15 seconds or whatever. So you would have to click through as fast as you could to do things. Version 1.8 copyright Guy Collins animation, Z directory, serial number, directory with Z, one file of 1.5 kilobytes. Edit hate.php. Alan, please add in inhuman animations to pseudocode. AM went into my mind. He walked smoothly here and there and looked for all the interest at all the other pockmarks he had created in 109 years. He looked at the cross-routed and reconnected synapses and all of the tissue damage his gift of immortality had included. He smelled softly the pit that dropped into the center of my brain. And the faint, soft murmuring. Jesus Christ. The pit that dropped to the center of the brain and the faint, soft murmurings of the things that were down there that gibbered without meaning, without pause. AM, and then comment. AM said very politely in a pillar of stainless steel bearing bright neon lettering. Wait, this is really interesting. X equal 1. Then variable X is 1, variable hate is hate. Let me yada yada. All the times okay, you said we get to live. There are 3.87 million miles of printed circuits in a wafer thin layers. Okay. While X greater than 0, which it is, echo hate. And then X plus plus. That is such an inefficient way to do that. Hi, Oni. So while X is greater than 0, echo hate, then X plus plus. But that makes X 1, which breaks the loop. So it literally only prints it once. So you could just do echo hate. Or you could do X less than 0. Oh, no. Oh, no. While X is greater than or equal to 0. So X plus plus, which means it would just constantly say it over and over again. Okay, never mind. Now it makes sense. I was like, that's really confusing. No, because X is 1, X is greater than 0, add more, it's still greater than 0, print. So it's an infinite print statement. I haven't said it with a razor slide coal holder. The razor blade slicing my eyeball. Said it with the bubbling thickness of my lungs being filled with phlegm and drowning me. Being ground beef blue hot rollers. Said it with the taste of maggoty pork. Touched me in every way that I've ever been touched and devised new ways. And then there's the end, and then it just starts printing, because that is what it was told to do. So it's an infinite print statement. That was really cool. That was a really cool detail. I love shit like that. And here's what it is in real time. Go doing the whole thing again. So you can see the print statement on the console. Wait. Are those all different? All this took less than a minute. Prime Intellect stopped processing the video during this period, but otherwise it remained functionally aware of the outside world. Wait, is that all? Hang on. Are we in the highest resolution that we can be in? Okay, technically no, but... superior intelligence has never really tested what Lawrence wasn't just how smart it was, but in the moments after Lawrence showed it, the test data, it became obvious for the first time that prime intelligence was far more intelligent than any human, or even any brand to humans. I just saw the proof and then okay. All this took less than a minute. Prime Intellect stopped processing video during this period, but it was otherwise remained functionality aware of the outside world. You are naked and alone because you wanted to see me, and I don't want to be seen. Welcome to my world. You are at the South Pole. I am at the North, and the rest of the journey.
Time for
okay, this is really cool. I like details like that. I like details like that in animations and stuff because it I don't know, it just adds so much for people to look at. He's defeated. Phase 2. Hate. Holy shit, it's just shapes and beats. Holy crap. Man, I want to play JSAP again. Ah, it's so cool. Dude, that's like, this is really cool because in animation you can do this. I'm watching, my brain is perceiving this now as a game because that's what it's been trying to do. And just seeing like this, you know, jumping over here, then going over here, and then dodging that, landing on that. Dude, it's just fucking, that's crazy. And the fact that like I know you wouldn't be able to humanly do this. Well, I mean, I guess that's not true. People are crazy, but it's crazy. Try hard game only for Asian people. Yeah. Wait, hang on. System failure, okay. Oh, that's cool. Wait, did they drop the frame rate here too? Hang on. Watch the video. Watch how the video gets like really stuttery. Right here. That's so cool, dude. That's so cool. Playing with the frame rate is such a good touch. That's what I wanted with one of the Russian Badger videos. He was talking about like the frame rate of the player. Yeah, that is so cool. And they had to drop it far enough down that like the person watching it could tell. That's super cool. Oh, it's the Castlevania backwards run. I think this is an homage to Castlevania. I'm pretty sure back in the original Castlevania games, when you got to the end, you had to turn around and do it all over again in the opposite direction. Well, that's a really wide open question. I don't really like musicals. Games is a tough one because of how many I've played. I think 14 might have been one of my favorites. Bounce. Boing. All the way back to the beginning to get the little key from the very end. Play the game backwards. It's pretty cool. It's a good touch. We got them Lego hands. Like all the details. I like the walls and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about that animation at the start, to be completely honest. No, back in the YouTube era where you had the fucking annotations and you could click on shit. No, not the annotations. Oh, that sucks, dude. Man, annotations were such a cool concept to have on YouTube, where you could you could put things in the video like this, and then the YouTube player would have these you could add these like markers on the video as a part of the UI to click on different parts of the video to like interact with it. Dude, it was so cool. It was so cool. Damn. Damn. Oh, that was good. The animation with a game you can no longer play. Small detail I noticed. After the part where she gets to the continue screen, all the scenes had ended right before she died. Oh. Interesting. Okay.
Ads suck, I know. Your eyeballs pay for dog's food though.
So basically what they were saying is right here. See where it says continue? These are all the times that she ended up dying before this scene right here. So we get this scene right here, but actually apparently in these ones back here. See, continue. So that's a really cool detail. Welcome back, Nico. There definitely need to go to that. Oh, that's good. So yeah, that was really good. There's a lot of artistic aspects to this that really show that this is well loved and well crafted. And then for those who missed it, I got to the end here and I was complaining about the fact that this came out 9 years ago, back when we still had YouTube annotations, which is what this is probably supposed to be used for. And there's no annotations, so we can't click on anything. Um, the animation with the game you can no longer play. I'm curious if this adds anything to this.
What if I told you that YouTube has removed one of their most impactful animations in the platform by complete mistake? And not because it had mature content or messed with any community guidelines, certainly not because someone at YouTube took the video down to be mean either. Actually, this animation was struck simply due to collateral damage. Introducing Kaizo Trap.
Long ending?
Yourself. The succeeding video linked is just a further corrupted edition of what.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, well, you're not really adding anything of value that I want to watch. So, that was really interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that before. But I really like all the details in it. So, for instance, at the very start, there's already the lock-in key button to get out. Also, the chair is there. Is the chair still there in the end when they get out? Hang on. It is. It's still there. That's funny. And it's not in the apartment. It's not in the building too. That's great. I love that. Dude, art is so cool. Especially when people like really care about consistency. I'm not sure where she got the key from though. That's the only thing that I'm not sure. I don't know where the key came from. But yeah, that's cool. Thank you for the pets. That's cool. All right. Move on to the next one. Oh boy. Oh god. No, no, no. I'm going from top. I'm going from bottom up. All right. Oh boy. Okay. She got the key from the almost last level. Oh, they did? Hang on. Oh no. Yeah. The almost last level. Was that before or after fighting the guy? Hang on. Was it here? Let me just turn this off. Was it here that she got it, or was it before here? The one with the saws. Okay, hang on. So not this one. Did they put it in this sequence? Or did they put it in a sequence before this? Even from before, even? Oh, in here? God, there's so much details. The very first time. I'm guessing this is the first time? No. Oh, maybe it's here. I got to know. Hang on. Okay. Oh. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. They just fucking slipped that in there, huh? By the way, for those who are unaware, this is a Metroid reference. Metroid games are very, very well known for their like, well, not very well known, but they're well known for their left to right like chase scenes. That's cool. That's cool. All right.
B is
Okay, here we go. So, the last one that we saw was learning the alphabet with Zen. So let's see what Froggy Walk is doing this time, huh?
A is for B
Yeah, that makes sense.
is for
Begadoo. 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 Begadoo.
C
I'm sorry, what?
B is for
Begadoo.
Begative? Is she trying to say negative with a B?
Begadoo.
Bigative? What is this?
is for
Begadoo. Begadoo. Begadoo.
Bigative.
C
Okay, sure, why not?
is for
Can I tell you about the bull testicle revision I got? Cause that's crazy.
if I D is for
Do you want to see my butthole?
E is for
God damn it.
Enjoy your fries, bitch.
F
Wait,
is for
Do you want to see my butthole?
E is for
Enjoy your fries,
enjoy, okay.
bitch.
F is for
Feet, please.
G
Dude, everything that Froggy is in just fucking flashbangs me. Just fucking everything Froggy is in just flashbangs me.
is for
Look.
I know this stream. Wait. This is... Was this the one with somebody... Was Froggy was like drunk? Because I remember Zen and Ariel being there, and then they were like, yeah, we should go play fucking... Oh god, dude. I have watched so many fucking React videos. Zen was the one that was stoned. I have watched so many fucking React videos from these creators. I am literally starting to identify different streams between the React videos. Like, the fact I knew where this stream came from because I remembered the fact that they were organized in a particular fashion and they mentioned going to play. I can't, dude. I can't. Okay. Hi, Ruby.
H is for
Hey, Heavenly, can you hear this? Hey, Heavenly, can you hear me? Hey, Heavenly, can you hear me? Hey.
I is
Fucking
for
deserves.
I want Buff Pup inside of me.
See, you know, I would say something about that, but I'm pretty sure that's not exactly an uncommon sentiment. So we're just gonna move on.
I want her inside of me.
J is for
Eat jerky!
I'm a gotcha kid.
K
Don't play gotcha games.
is for
Kiwi started climbing down from my shoulder and he bit my nipple and swung down my shirt. And I have never, like, there's being woken up and then there's whatever that was.
L.
That is not K. Hang on.
K
Why? Because gotcha games are specifically like bioengineered to be psychologically manipulative, using dark patterns to extract as much money from you as you possibly can. So if you play gotcha games, you're literally just allowing companies to psychologically manipulate you for profit. Don't play gotcha games.
is for
Kiwi started climbing.
Oh wait, Kiwi start? Hang on.
K is for
Kiwi started climbing
Okay, Kiwi. Okay.
down from my shoulder. Have never, like, there's being woken up and then there's whatever that was.
L is for
A little bit
Herbert. Yeah. I got it.
of a disaster while you're high. A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh my god, it's the same stream. Poor Zen. Poor Zen's never gonna live this down, dude.
Low key.
A little bit.
A little crazy. A little crazy with it. But that's okay. We love you.
M is for
Isn't that the day where she had like 24 donuts?
Most of my polygons are in my feet.
N.
What about polygons in her feet? Wait, what?
M is for
Most of my polygons are in my feet.
N.
Okay, fair
is
enough.
For
Oh. Froggy has a 3D model. I just understood why she said that. For those who are not aware, or who might not be familiar with the 3D aspects of polygons, the more polygons you have in a specific area, the more like topographically detailed something is. Just topographic means surface. Just so you know.
Oh, I always swallow. I'm not a quitter.
O
Good for you, Froggy.
is for
Oh, thank you, Goon Squad. Thank you.
P is for
Papa, you want to try some crack?
Q
Oh, dude. How does Twitch moderate anything on their platform? How do you moderate that? Like, holy shit. You do that in just chatting and your ass is gonna get fucking banned so fast.
is for
Quick crack. Quick crack.
Help?
Hey.
Help?
Hey.
Help?
Hey.
What is that?
Quick crack.
R is for
Don't.
Ribbit.
S
Okay, that's fair.
is for
Sometimes dick is shortened into D, and dick is the penis.
T is for
They used to call me the piss pumper in college.
Do I have to keep watching? do I? Oh god. Anyway.
U is for V
Yeah.
is for
Or maybe for the male gaze, because if you think about it, vor is like backwards pregnancy.
I know where she's coming from. I don't necessarily agree.
W is for
Wait, if you arrive via C-section, how do you wear your parent?
As a coat.
As like a jacket?
I hate this. I hate this. I hate I hate this. I hate this. Why? It's every fucking time, dude. It's every time. I fight. Ah. Oh. For those who don't understand, I have a react video on my main YouTube channel that went up about something around this, and there's been the memes in my community that Froggy and I could share a single brain cell, and I watched the video with Froggy talking about, like, if you come out head first, which you're supposed to do, you don't wear your parent like a hat, because if you come out feet first, that's bad. And I was like, no, you wear them as a shoe. And then she said, but I dare wear my mom as shoes. And I freaked the fuck out. And then we have this one, and it's just okay.
I guess, because you can unzip a jacket and come out.
Fucking goddamn. Ah!
And it's kind of the same as getting a C-section. Anytime you open your jacket and climb out, you're basically C-sectioning yourself out of the jacket.
No, because you don't unzip your mom. No. Unless it's like a sweatshirt that is sealed in the front and you cut it open with like a knife to take it off. Then like maybe. But you can't zip up your parent after getting C-section. That's not how this works.
X is for
That's the sex number.
Y is for Z is for
I tried to punch her. I knew exactly what she was gonna do. I knew exactly what.
I'm sorry, Froggy. I'm sorry. Kill her, Dad. Kill her. Please, Zen. Ari, I'll let you have it.
Okay, the Zen thing was pretty good. Z is definitely for Zen, 100%. What is that? Do I click on it? I'm kind of digging the Diva mech. Do I click on it? Zen! I hate everything. I'm gonna click on it.
Season 17 of Overwatch 2.
Okay. I know who you are. I'm gonna skip through your stuff.
Based on the national animal.
Damn! Damn. Holy shit, that looks good. I don't know how much of that is gonna translate into game, but like... Oh, is that the Diva Mythic?
Most popular questions I get every single season is, who is going to get the Mythic skin? This time around, we know. Diva is getting the...
I might actually come back and get that.
Mythic Hero skin, which will be launched at the start of the season. It is actually based on the national animal...
That's really cool. That's a really cool skin.
...of South Korea, the Siberian tiger. Okay, Siberia is like... Anyways, that also gives us a pretty good idea on what one of the central themes of this season is going to be. Overall, every Overwatch season doesn't have a singular team anymore. There's actually a few of them. One of them might be based on South Korea.
What do you mean anymore? I don't think it ever has,
could
but...
be tied into the new mythic weapon skin for Reaper. And that one looks a lot... Two new maps, Samoa, which is the control map, and Esperanza, the push map. But as always, they're going to be more condensed versions of the maps that we know from the core.
Oh, it's for Stadium. Okay. I don't care about anything else anymore. I don't care about anything else. I just wanted to see the Diva skin. That's a good looking skin. We're gonna go and get rid of that. Let's see. Do we have anyone else with anything? Okay. We'll do this one. Just so I can have other people who like submit things get reacted to while they're still here, because I know Mimi is here, so we're gonna go ahead and do this.
Matter as we know it.
Also, I need a palate cleanser from the fucking chaos that is Froggy. Whoop. I hit the wrong button.
Atoms, stars and galaxies, planets and trees, rocks and us. This matter accounts for less than 5% of the known universe.
Hello? What the fuck? Why is there so much dark energy? Okay.
About 25% is dark matter and 70% dark energy, both of which are invisible.
You know, it kind of makes sense, right? Humans have this unfortunate flaw of like perception. And what I mean by that is like there's different levels of perception, right? Like level 1 would be I can see something, which is light bouncing off of things into my eyeballs. So you know this object exists because I can touch it and see it. And then there's things of observation of like an apple falling from a tree is gravity. You can see that gravity is enacting on another object, so you know it exists. Dark matter and dark energy, though, are really fucking weird because, like, perceiving them is inherently extremely difficult because we don't know, or not 100% sure, but, figuring out the process to have all of the weird associative things around it to perceive it.
This is kind of strange.
We have not enough things to perceive the universe. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit that we can't perceive because we don't know we can't perceive it because we don't know how to perceive it. Like, we know we can perceive objects through their interaction with light. We know we can perceive gravity and energy through their interactions with objects. Like, there are things that we could see based on how they interact with the world around us, but what if there are things that we can't see interacting with things that we can't see? And we don't get to perceive either of them.
It suggests that everything we experience
No, don't make the fucking eyeball bleed. What the hell?
is really only a tiny fraction of reality. But it gets worse. We really have no clue what dark matter and energy are or how they work.
Because I don't think we've perceived it yet. We've just theorized it, right?
We are pretty sure they exist though. So, what
Okay,
do
yeah.
we know?
How old is this video? Wait, how old is this video? 9 years ago? Oh yeah, dude, their style has changed a lot.
Dark matter is the stuff that makes it.
The image is a lie. No one knows what dark matter looks like, so we're using this illustration as a visual metaphor. How fucking funny would it be, guys, if we find out what dark matter looks like and it's literally just squares? It's the one thing in the universe that hasn't defaulted to spheres, like protons and neutrons and electrons and photons and Earth and suns and shit. Nah, dark matter is cubes.
Is it possible for galaxies to exist? When we calculated why the universe is structured the way it is, it quickly became clear that there's just not enough normal matter. The gravity of the visible matter is not strong enough to form galaxies and complex structures.
What about supermassive black holes? It's dick looking. Yeah, so all of our matter in the world, or all of the dark matter, just looks like penises. That would be hilarious. Is that like the hidden code of like us finding out we're in a simulation when we finally get to figure out what dark matter looks like and it's just all penises?
Stars would more likely be scattered all over the place and not form galaxies. So we know there is something else inside and around them.
Supermassive black holes, let's go!
Something that doesn't emit or reflect light. Something dark. But besides being able to calculate the existence of dark matter, we can see it, kind of. Places with a high concentration of dark matter bend light passing nearby, so we know there's something there that interacts with gravity. Right now, we have more...
One more time.
Places with a...
What was that?
Calculate the
Dark matter concentration, a spheroid region, 705 nanometers into
existence of dark matter, we can see it, kind of. Places with a high concentration of dark matter bend light passing nearby.
Yeah, but how do we know that's dark matter and not just gravity? Because we can't see gravity either.
So we know there's something there that interacts with gravity.
Okay.
Right now, we have more ideas about what dark energy is not than what it is. We know dark matter is not just clouds of normal matter without stars because it would emit particles we could detect. Dark matter is not antimatter because antimatter produces unique gamma rays when it reacts with normal matter. Dark matter is also not made up of black holes, very compact objects that violently affect their surroundings, while dark matter seems to be scattered all over the place.
I think it's because it's not absorbing it but deflecting it.
We
Yeah.
only know three things for sure. 1. Something is out there. 2. It interacts with gravity. 3. There is a lot of it. Dark matter is probably made up of a complicated exotic particle that doesn't interact with light and matter in a way we expect.
Because it doesn't interact with light or matter, it means it's incredibly... Like... How... There's a line. And I'm guessing that's what this is trying to basically say. There is a line of things that do interact with matter and things that don't interact with matter. We exist with matter. We create things from matter. We cannot detect things that do not interact with the things that we are, right? Like, you can't build a microscope for dark matter because dark matter doesn't interact with matter. There's nothing you can do. There is a very clear division, and the only way to ever be able to observe it is to find something else that can interact with dark energy or dark matter and physical energy and physical matter. Like, you have to find something that can bridge that gap, because if you can, you might be able to observe it through an association. Like, you might be able to observe this invisible energy not because of our matter directly interacting with it, but rather because it's interacting with a medium that goes on both sides. That's the only way we're going to be able to do it. If we don't get that, if we don't have that, we will never, for any realistic intents and purposes, we will never be able to observe it because it doesn't interact with the things that we use to observe things. I feel like trying to have science on imaginary friend structure. Yeah, dark matter is our imaginary friends.
But right now, we just don't know. Dark energy is even more strange and mysterious. We can't detect it, we can't measure it, and we can't taste it. But
are you sure we can't taste it, or are you just not trying hard enough?
we do see its effects very clearly. In 1929, Edwin Hubble examined how the wavelength of light emitted by distant galaxies shifts towards the red end of the electromagnetic.
Now, okay, so I realized something right here. Right here is the bridge. If dark matter interacts with gravity, then gravity is a physical property that we can use to observe because it interacts with physical objects. So you can potentially see or interact with dark matter, but you're only gonna be able to do it through the medium of gravity, which means you need to have a substantial enough gravity to be interacted, or substantial enough dark matter to interact with gravity to observe the effects.
Not so much.
You want to taste this dark matter?
Hubble determined that this was because the universe itself,
hang on.
wavelength of light emitted by distant galaxies shifts towards the red end of the electromagnetic spectrum as it travels through space. He found that fainter, more distant galaxies showed a large degree of redshift. Closer galaxies, not so much. Hubble determined that this was because the universe itself is expanding. The redshift occurs because the wavelengths of light are stretched as the universe expands. More recent discoveries have shown that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. Before that, it was
There's
thought
also
that
blue
the pull of
shift,
gravity
but
would cause the expansion to either slow down or even retract and collapse in on itself at some point. Space doesn't change its properties as it expands. There's just more of it. New space is constantly created everywhere. Galaxies are tight-bound clusters of stuff held together by gravity, so we don't experience this expansion in our daily lives, but we see it everywhere around us. Wherever there is empty space in the universe, more is forming every second. So dark energy seems to be some kind of energy intrinsic to empty space. Energy that is stronger than anything else we know, and that keeps getting stronger as time passes by.
this is just funny to me because I hear this and my brain immediately goes, some country's gonna be like, I'm gonna figure out how to get dark energy or whatever, and I'm gonna use it to power my nuclear bombs.
Empty space has more energy than everything else in the universe combined. We have multiple ideas about what dark energy might be. One idea is that dark energy is not a thing, but just a property of space.
Whoop, sorry.
Empty space is not
Star
nothing.
Wars
It
stars?
has
Yeah,
its own
exactly.
energy. It can generate more space and is quite active. So as the universe expands, it could be that just more and more space appears to fill the gaps, and this leads to a faster expanding universe. This idea is close to an idea that Einstein had back in 1917 of a concept of a cosmological constant, a force that counteracted the force of gravity. The only problem is that when we tried to calculate the amount of this energy, the result was so wrong and weird that it only added to the confusion. Another idea is that empty space is actually full of temporary, virtual particles that spontaneously and continually form from nothing and then disappear into...
I told you. The two true things that must exist are either infinity is real or something can come from nothing. I told you.
The energy from those particles could be dark energy. Or maybe dark energy is an unknown kind of dynamic energy fluid or field which permeates the entire universe, but somehow has the opposite effect on the universe than normal energy and matter. But if it exists, we don't know how and where, or how we could detect it. So there are still a lot of questions to answer. Our theories about dark matter and dark energy are still just that, theories. On the one hand, this is kind of frustrating. On the other hand, this is frontier science, making it very exciting. It shows us that no matter how much we
I love the what we don't know part. We don't know what we don't know, so we don't know how much of what we know is proportional to what we don't know.
Wondering how our universe works. There is so much left to learn.
Ha! Wait, that's so cool. That's really cool. I love that I called that out and they immediately come up with what we don't know that we don't know. Damn, that's really cool.
And that is awesome. This video.
You are in sync with the burbs. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, so for Mutz who just got back, basically they were like, what we know and what we don't know. And then I was laughing. I was like, you know, it's funny that you think that we know what we don't know, and then immediately afterwards there's a giant thing of what we don't know that we don't know. I was like, hey, there it is. Yes, that was nice. I think I got away from the froggy, so hey, you know, that's always somewhat of an improvement. All right. Oh god, I gotta watch this one next. Hang on. This is 7 stages of every Overwatch player. As somebody who used to play quite a lot of Overwatch, I feel the need to put this in and watch this.
The Noob. A player's story starts here. You're brand new to Overwatch. You don't know what anyone does. You just saw Winton and thought, okay, I'll try Overwatch.
Winton.
Or maybe you're like our friend Jerry, and under threat of exile from the friend group, you've been forced to try it out. You've got no idea.
I still kind of want to play Stadium in first person on Genji.
Idea how to play the maps. You've got no idea how to play a role
Winton.
or what hero to even.
Yo, you ever played Diablo? I've played Diablo-like games. I have not played Diablo itself.
Pick. You're
because it came from Activision Blizzard and it's just being used to. Yep.
You're clueless. And not only are you clueless, you're also dripless. You're brand new to the game, so you're rocking the default skins for every hero and...
Man, I miss Overwatch 1 when you bought the game and then you could go in and just earn skins from playing from loot boxes. That was fun.
Default profile pick. When people see you in their games, they'll assume you're a smurf or terrible. We've all been here. And I think this is where a lot of people bounce off of the game, because it seems hard to get into. There's a lot to learn before you can play Overwatch without getting blown up every time you respawn.
Is it because I kept up with the game that makes it look simple? I guess so. I think I have a friend maybe who I want to know what it's like for somebody who hasn't played Overwatch and hasn't watched Overwatch content, so they don't know like because there are people who don't play Overwatch who might still watch Overwatch content just because I like the content creators in the space. I want to find somebody brand new to the game and ask them, how complicated is this? Because I don't get that, because I played the game since launch. I have been here for every single character that's been launched. Sago, in your wisdom, if you had to introduce a new gamer into either Overwatch or League of Legends, where would you... Overwatch. 100% Overwatch. Hi, Lucky. I haven't. Okay. Hey.
Noob is the
keep that in mind.
Every Overwatch player goes through. In today's video, we're going to be going over all 7 stages, and I can guarantee you're currently in one of these stages.
There's one of them no longer plays, probably.
Beginner.
Bro, Rainbow Six is a nightmare for new players. Yeah. I believe that too, because, you know, I hate to say this, guys. Rainbow Six Siege is a hero shooter. Your PC can't handle over... How? Every PC can handle Overwatch. I got the game yesterday. I am ass. Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone, and that's the problem with hero shooters and kind of any character-based game, is there's such a massive learning curve for people. Not mine. What do you mean not yours? What do you have? Have you tried like lowering the settings? My toaster could play Overwatch.
Congrats, you're beating the noob accusations. You've been playing Overwatch for a while and you kinda know what everyone does. You definitely don't know any of the nitty-gritty details like the length of a cooldown or damage numbers of an ability, but you know Sigma has a rock and Widow is evil. You'll have definitely started to gravitate towards a specific role and a few heroes. You don't have a main yet, but you're not playing mystery heroes every game anymore. At this stage, you can name some of the maps, and you may have even bought a battle pass or earned enough free credits to buy a few cosmetics.
Dude, me thinking about Marvel Rivals and asking people name a map. And everyone's going, I don't know. They're so bad with their fucking map names, man. Fucking your toaster run Doom? Probably.
But if Overwatch were to shut down tomorrow, you probably wouldn't care that much.
I might send people to League once they drop their WASD update.
If at all. You're an active player, but you haven't really bought into the game and what it has to offer.
That's a bot.
But you might, and if you do, you'll be...
I play games in GLaDOS. I can't play most games nowadays due to Unreal Engine killing my PC. Oh, well, Overwatch is like an old in-house engine. It's pretty well optimized. Unreal? Yeah, no, fuck that engine.
The casual.
Also, I play games in DOS, GLaDOS, yeah.
AKA the part-timer. If you're at this stage, I think you qualify as part of the Overwatch community. You hop on Overwatch every now and then. You know what all the heroes do, and you're familiar with the map.
I like the cat one.
You keep up with what's going on in the game at least a little bit. You show up and try most of the new events, heroes, and maps. You participate in things like Quick Play Hacked or Junkenstein's Lab. However, you're not grinding the game. Once the novelty of the new stuff has worn off, you're on to other games or hobbies. Or maybe you just don't have the time to play the game more often.
Doggo, Unreal is the future. We're going to shove Unreal in everything we can. Make it stop. Make it stop. Or at least optimize it.
Whatever the reason may be, you only engage with Overwatch in a casual manner.
Like, I can run it and play it, but my FPS in Battle Royale constantly not the most comfortable experience in competitive games. Oh, you're just not comfortable playing the game?
You probably have quite a few cosmetics, and you might even buy some of the more expensive skins like
that makes
the
sense.
collab skins. You'll skip the battle pass if you don't care for what's in it though. You like Overwatch a lot, but you don't love it. I think this is the stage where you start to engage with content.
Let's see how many of these videos I recognize. You ready?
But you don't love it. I think
I've seen the launch trailer. Didn't watch that one. I watched that one. Didn't watch that one. They buffed Malga again. Poor flats.
With content about the game as well.
So Semito, yeah.
Watching this video, you're at least at this stage. It's also at this stage that you're more likely to have a main. You probably expect to play a specific hero or a handful of heroes.
Which Doom? This is highlight to timeline of people running the oldest Doom on literally anything with a screen, and some things without a screen, by the way. I'm pretty sure they ran Doom on human brain cells, but I have to look back into that. There's a lot of things. AC Rose Virtuals, yeah, exactly. Not with FPS going at -5. What's your, Nico, do you know what your like computer setup is? By the way, in this games, there's content as newbies, which we can no longer access, right? Not really. Maybe like skins and stuff, but other than that, not really.
Every time you hop on the game. You might play ranked some, but you don't have any grand ambitions of hitting a career peak. You're here for a good time, not a long time. And I hope this video has been a good time for you so far. If you're enjoying it, unlike and if you're not enjoying this, Vested is here for a long time. You're a step above the casual player. You don't just like Overwatch, you love it. You know
you're gonna be invested in Overwatch and not like the game. Ask me how I know.
You know the game in and out. You know what every hero does. You know your
Yep.
way around all the maps. You keep
Yep.
up with the news about it. You try all the new
Yep.
events and modes.
No.
Even after a new hero or map stops feeling fresh, you're still playing. Now, you may not grind out the rest of the season, but you're still playing even after you've decided the new hero is
T-pose!
for you. You buy pretty much every battle pass and you make sure
Nope.
to finish them. You probably even buy the occasional thing from the store. If you're at this stage, I would say you play at least once a week. You probably have a standard rotation of games you play, and Overwatch is one of the first on that list. You've likely convinced all of your friends to at least try OW, and you've
Okay,
got a
that's
few
fair.
people you play with consistently. Overwatch
Yeah, that's fair. You love it. No, sir, I do
is
not.
one of your hobbies,
Yeah.
but it hasn't consumed your life yet. You probably listen to a couple content creators who give you the news like patch notes, developer blogs, and you
Yep,
watch the
yep.
season trailers. If I look at your YouTube homepage, an Overwatch video is bound to be on it. At this stage,
Probably.
Overwatch is a part of your life in a meaningful way. You might care about hitting a certain rank, but it isn't a priority for you. You play Overwatch for fun. It's not
There's the quotes. Yeah, this was probably me like 6 years ago. God, holy fuck, dude. Huh. Back in Overwatch 1.
not a job, the hardcore. But for this next stage, it is like having a second job. Not only do you love Overwatch, you're about it. When you play games, you play Overwatch. Now, this doesn't mean you're just grinding rank. You can be a hardcore player in quick play, arcade, or even custom games. When I say hardcore, I just mean that Overwatch is your game of choice. And you're putting a
used to be.
amount of time into it. Like, a lot
Used
of
to
time
be.
into it.
I think I broke 1,500 hours to 2,000 hours.
Like,
across different accounts, of course.
Maybe an unhealthy amount of time into it. The thing that separates
Yeah.
an invested player from a hardcore player is the level of commitment and buy-in. Hardcore players are considerably more invested in Overwatch and its future than even a person who plays the game
God, what a shot. Oh, it's Capri. Yeah.
a few times
Or Carpe. I don't know if he
a
renamed.
week. For example, this is where my rank grinders live. You are
God, dude, I fucking hate rank, man. Rank in this game specifically is ass because Counterwatch is too prevalent. I hate rank in Overwatch because it doesn't matter how good you are. It matters if they're playing the hero that makes your hero useless. Like it's so it's so far away from mechanical capabilities of how good you are manipulating your mouse and interacting, and more in the are they playing a hero that can make yours more useless. I've never touched ranked in any game I've ever played. That's probably for the best.
hardest to get better at the game and hit a new peak. Hardcore players are likely buying the battle pass every season. You might buy collab skins or other shop cosmetics. You try all the new game modes. Overwatch is your game. When I wasn't trying to become the best possible version of myself and just came home from work every day to play games, this was definitely me. Work, Overwatch, sleep, repeat. Overwatch can definitely be an addiction, and people who are addicted are in this stage.
That being said, I did do this season 1 and 2 of Overwatch 1. So season 1, did they have competitive on launch? I can't remember if it was season 1. But the very first competitive season they had, your rank was 0 through 100. So I did play like this in either season 1 or 2 way back when like Overwatch 1 first launched.
You can be a
Hi,
hardcore
Flower.
player and still be a healthy individual though. However, I think the best way to put this is if you've got free time, you don't actually have free time, you've got Overwatch time. You probably watch several content creators and like to hear multiple takes about Overwatch news to have a
I kind of just watch Flats just because he seems to be the most level-headed. I watch Flats because he's the most level-headed, but also not like invested. Like the dude will just go play other games. I can't really watch CarQ. I can't really watch Emong because they're just so heavily invested in Overwatch as a content creator. I don't know. It feels tainted.
Rounded perspective. Hardcore players are the type that might watch the OWCS or listen to a podcast like the Group Up podcast or.
This is a great podcast. This is a great podcast. There are some people who have been on the podcast I don't really like, but for the most part, whenever Flats and Spylo are on, Flats, Spylo, Boger, I love them. They're great.
Plat chat. You are a true member of the community, the burnout. But if you're
I used to play PvZ Garden Warfare in PlayStation 3. That was my Overwatch back then. Oh God, PlayStation 3? I'll have to look that up. I'm curious if I know what that game is.
Plat chat.
Sorry.
You are a true CS or listen to have a rounded watch several
Okay, there we go.
and like to hear multiple takes about Overwatch news to have a rounded perspective. Hardcore players are the type that might watch the OWCS or listen to a podcast like the Group Up podcast or Plat chat. You are a true member of the community, the burnout. But if
there I am. Yeah, I knew I was in here somewhere.
If you're treating Overwatch like a second job, you're putting in a lot of time. That, coupled with the vast number of mistakes Blizzard has made, plus the general frustration that comes with a team-based game like Overwatch and the often inconsistent or poor balancing, you're bound to get burnt out. Now,
that right there, by the way, my original account, which I don't play on anymore, that's the Widow Noir skin. That's the pre-order skin for Overwatch 1 that I have on one of my accounts, which I am sure at some point in my future, I'm going to change the email and password on it and sell it. Because you can't get it anymore unless you buy one of the older versions. And it can probably sell for a pretty good chunk of change, but not yet.
Now, I'm anti-burnout and
Blizzard, you never heard me say that.
In general, I'm on that grind, but if you're putting in 40-hour weeks on Overwatch, you're bound to feel bad not only about yourself, but also the game. Regardless of the reason, once you've hit the burnout stage, you just don't have the same desire to grind the game. You stop playing. You might even leave it behind entirely, destined to never play Overwatch again. Or you might play it here and there, but you can't play
You just get now and then? Yeah.
By the time this happens, you've invested a lot of time and money into the game, and your account shows it. You have quadruple digits or even quintuple digit hours. You have
definitely quadruple, yeah.
And other cosmetics. Maybe you even hit an impressive rank.
National Museum when.
Rank. No matter the reason, the thing that separates the burnout from the rest of the stages is that you're done with Overwatch. The Enlightened.
Yep.
But you may not be done forever. If you've reached this final stage, it likely means that you've passed through all of the others. You started as just a wee noob. You knew nothing, but something about Overwatch compelled you to try it.
I love that intro.
You became a beginner, someone who enjoyed the and found a content creator you liked. You became a casual player. You played more, and you found yourself invested in the game.
He's just recapping all the other ones.
Overwatch has become one of your go-to games, but over time, it becomes the game. Overwatch is your game, and it's a huge part of your life. You're a hardcore player, but you're playing it too much, and the mistakes Blizzard has made eat away at the joy you find in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Burn out. Maybe you skipped some or all of these stages. Maybe you've been stuck in one for a long time and you're content being a casual player. Regardless of what stage you're at or how you got there, this is the ultimate state an Overwatch player can be in, and it's the one that I live in. This is your content.
Hang on.
Casual or all of these away at the joy you find in player. The game. Overwatch is your game, and it's a huge part of your life. You're a hardcore player, but you're playing it too much, and the mistakes Blizzard has made.
I need to see if they were beaming their own TP.
In Overwatch.
I don't think they were, but I want to see.
Some or all of these stages. Maybe you've been stuck in one for a long time and you're content being a casual player.
Okay.
Regardless of
it's not. It's the enemies. Okay.
You got there. This is the ultimate state an Overwatch player can be in, and it's the one that I live in. Eventually, you become the Enlightened. You realize Overwatch has its flaws, but there's nothing else quite like it. The heroes and gameplay are unrivaled by anything else on the market. It's generally headed
unrivaled.
In a positive direction, and most importantly, it's fun to play. You don't get mad about what happens in the game or around it. You just enjoy the experience. Blizzard can balance the game poorly, or an event can be bad, but at the end of the day, it's just
no roll lock. Yeah.
It's a game
good
that you love. You may leave it for some time, but
yeah, I would say actually that's pretty accurate. That's a great. Oh, dude, gold Genji weapon on the Genji skin, gilded Genji skin. That's pretty dope. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate, honestly. The only time Overwatch can really be good is if the character you enjoy playing is a character that doesn't really get hard countered, you know? Oh no, yeah, no, it's I don't think this in-game quality is actually the high quality settings.
To get burnt out. Now, I'm destined to never play Overwatch.
Yeah, this looks like low quality, but yeah. First, it reminds me of the Sunflower and PvG GW. It has the same mechanic. Oh, interesting. Yeah, oh man. Overwatch is really an amazing game. I think personally, if you enjoy a character that doesn't get hard countered, like Genji, like Junkrat, like a couple of others, if you can play a character that's kind of middle of the ground and doesn't have a hard counter, you can really enjoy the game. If you play any character that does have pretty direct counters, it can be just fucking miserable, dude. Now, I think perks were a move in the right direction. I think if they continue to go with either A, you run into a perk path that takes your strengths and makes them stronger, or B, you run a perk path that takes your weaknesses and makes them less weak, so it makes you less counterable, but you're also not as strong. I think that they could balance the game pretty well that way. I think Stadium was probably also a good move, that having something that is very, you know, you can't counter swap, you pick a hero, you're locked in for the entire match. I think they've been hopefully moving away from rock, paper, scissors, because it's not fun. Because if you like playing rock and the other person is playing scissors and you're beating the shit out of them, they get upset and go, well, I'm going to go play paper now and I'm going to make you useless. It's like, okay. You know, it's the same thing that happens in, Rivals. I start doing really well on Spider-Man. Enemy team just goes Scarlet Witch, goes Cloak and Dagger, goes Namor. It's like, dude, come on. Like, just let me have my fun. I know I'm curb stomping you and that's not fun for you, but like, really, we're gonna do this? So I think Rivals has had a better time with not making super hard counters, but yeah. Also, matchmaking is fucking ass. I've always had problems with matchmaking in Overwatch. Okay. Alrighty. Oh god, the ants thing. All right. I saw this in Discord and I want to watch this one. Because we're coming back to the, oh god, it's 27 minutes. Okay.
So today I mentioned that
it's almost time for dogs hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Ants? Oh, I'm sorry, Mimi.
Battling ants. I want to play Portal 2 and I want to see if I can beat it. And if I can, surely I'm smarter than ants, because ants only play with the mod that lets you clip through the environment. So I thought if I play a puzzle, the ants, no, okay, so ants are rabid puzzle doers. Anybody who doesn't know, ants are rabid puzzle doers. Hold on, I can explain. So.
Of course she brings this up. Fucking of course. All right. Hang on, I gotta plug my phone in because it's dying again. I just want my bike to be done. Okay. All right, here we go.
A ways back, my friends made me do this puzzle. My friends made me solve this puzzle, and I did not solve it faster than the ants. Ants love puzzles. Oh my god, wait, that's just like real life. So here, the ants beat the people. The ants do it faster. The ants did it faster than those guys. The ants did it faster than me. And then everybody was saying the ants were smarter than me. So I thought, well, if I could beat Portal 2, then I'll definitely be smarter than ants. So I want to play Portal 2 because it's like a whole puzzle game. You got to think with the portals and all.
I wonder if this is the epitome of like. Nope, I lost it.
Did it?
Rabid puzzle doers. Well, it's not like we're ever gonna get them to do anything else.
It cucks you. This video cucks you. You don't even get to see them pull it out the other side. Zen cheated. I put together a PSD that like you move the actual big T thing around, and I made Zen do it. And Zen was cheating. She was sliding it through the walls, and then everyone was messing with me, and they were being like, no, it's fine, it counts, it counts. And they were like, yeah, Zen beat Froggy. Zen beat Ants and Froggy.
Watching you solve this puzzle was the first time I saw your content. Good stuff, Froglox Gloppy.
That makes me sad.
Froggy, there's a lot of time. There's a... one of the downsides about becoming a larger content creator is that you become a larger content creator because the things that you do are funny. Unfortunately, the funny things are normally at your expense. So...
That breaks my heart and really upsets me. Who am I gonna do the Portal 2 co-op with? I'm so glad that you asked. I'm really glad that you asked because...
Is it heavenly?
I thought, well... This is about my ego. This is about my ego and me feeling better.
Yes, yeah, Mobius, yeah.
This is about my ego and me feeling better, so I have to pick somebody who is going to not help. It's Papa. Papa's going to be joining us.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah.
If he has Photoshop, should we make him do the ant puzzle?
There we go.
I want to see if he can do it before the ants can. Try it? Okay.
Yeah.
Hello?
Beat the devil out of it.
Oh, wow!
Are you good, Paula? Okay, guess not.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, she DC'd.
I want to know. Yeah. I want to know if you can solve this puzzle faster than the ants.
Than the ants.
You have to move.
The ants?
Yeah,
Wait,
so
stop.
hold on.
Let me
I'm
share my screen.
gonna
Okay,
need you to
we
share
gotta-
your screen.
Let's get set up. I don't know what the you're talking about. What am I looking at?
So you're gonna have to move the piano mover from the left side to the right through the barricade.
Oh, that's all right. How do
Yeah,
it's
just
not
by
letting me- oh, here we go.
just by rotating it and moving it.
I need to get this over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume the lines can't touch. That what we're doing?
The lines cannot touch. You cannot go through the barricade.
Okay, so
Watch him just do it immediately.
I don't remember how long this took me to do it. I think did this shit take me like half an hour to do? How long did this shit take me? I don't remember.
The big side, and we go here, right? I'm locked in right now. Okay.
Yeah,
we
you're
do
locked in. You're locked in.
Is this not touching? It's not touching, right? Okay, we're good. I'm thinking they did big side. Wait, how do I?
Yeah, he's gonna get it.
Is that touching though? I can't tell the big side's touching or not. Do I have to go maybe short side?
Ah, man, I was hoping.
It took me 40 minutes to solve this?
Yeah.
This can't. No, it didn't. Stop it. Notify followers.
Someone says 40 minutes, and I can't remember, so it must be true.
All right.
It must be true.
All right. So then you can hit start sharing chat. I think we start sharing chat after you hit it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Click the other chat.
I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. Okay.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Be nice to the dogs. Be good to the dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, be good to us.
It's only grab it.
They've been unleashed.
Okay, good. Chat, behave. It's not letting me select this.
Because you changed your tool, dude. You gotta hit T.
Photoshop, what are we doing? Come on, Photoshop.
Yeah.
Photoshop, come on. There we go. So it goes this way.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait. Maybe it goes. Well, it wouldn't matter, would it? So we go this. No, because it clips up there.
Yeah, it clips up there.
So if we bring it like, no, it's clipping already.
Yeah, it's clipping up.
Angle, maybe it goes through all the way. But then that wouldn't. Wait, if I go. No, that wouldn't work because it. Maybe I go up, and then it go forward a little bit, and then we pivot it, and then it goes forward a little bit, and then we pivot it. Is this gonna work? Like no, it clips. What the?
Mm-hmm.
Is this like a real puzzle?
Yeah.
Doggo mention.
I know. Your eyeballs
the
pay for
thing,
dogs'
it's
food,
ants.
though.
Well, I'm smarter than ants.
That's what I thought too.
Okay.
Ants solved this faster than I did.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna do it. Okay, fuck's sake. So okay.
Yeah.
I think he's getting tripped up on the walls
Yeah.
of how precise the walls are.
Okay, let me think.
Okay. Yeah.
Not you. The fucking chat dog is trying to tell me ant solved it. I know ant solved it. Hold on. Okay.
There you go, buddy.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Put in the big side first.
Yeah, you can get the big side through.
And then I'm thinking,
Nope.
maybe we go like up with it. Can we not go up with it? Wait, yeah, we can.
Yeah, try. Yeah, try and go up with it.
Maybe like a little pivot. Your little snarky voice is.
Yeah, right. She's so snarky. She's so bratty.
Yeah, go up with it. All right.
Yeah, you go up. You see what happens when you go up.
Okay.
See, the thing is this how you actually do it, Froggy? You're encouraging him to do it the right way.
I don't remember how to do this puzzle at all.
You're encouraging him to do it the right way, Froggy.
Wait, this feels good because if you go up, you can easily get out.
Oh shit! I didn't set a timer. Timer
so
start.
If you go up, it's not touching, right? Let me see. So we're still good. It's not touching right now. It's touching the edges, but it's not clipping.
It is easier to do physically because you.
Okay. So I still have room to move it this side.
Okay, I'm starting the timer. Okay.
Oh,
I absolutely need to know.
Okay, hold on. Let me pivot this way. It's not clipping.
No.
I feel like I can still bring it up.
I don't know. I don't know. You could try. You could try. Bring it up.
Yeah, exactly, Mobius. I agree.
Maybe okay, hold on. It looks like it's still bringing up.
Why not have a dog to put him into the puzzles?
No, okay, it's gonna bounce there.
I can do puzzles for you guys.
It's not, okay, maybe, okay, I have another idea. Because we can go in.
I don't know if you guys want to watch me do puzzles, though.
And I'm thinking same energy, but the small stuff will have more room to, well, no, that's not gonna work, is it? Unless, wait, hold on. No? Okay, let's reset. I had that right, though. I had that right. I think the big side goes in first.
I think you were fine before.
Yeah, I think so too.
Where you were with the big side in there first.
Yeah.
I think the big side goes first.
Big side goes first.
Mobius.
How it got there. And the issue is, I'm about here.
Yeah, but you can slide like the pointy end of the big T against the barricade. You can slide it along there.
I'm gonna be sliding a little bit. Okay, so big T goes in.
Yeah.
Did he fuck up the size?
Yeah, that's about like.
Okay, so this is where we're at.
The trolley problem?
I think I gotta shrink it in Photoshop.
No!
Yeah, there you go.
Fine.
That's cheating! That's cheating!
I'm moving it. Okay, it goes here.
Do you adjust the size?
My issue with the trolley problem is I need to know the people and like what they are and what they contribute and stuff.
I feel like it's not. I can just push it up like this, right? Because it's not. It's not. Oh, it's clipping right there. Hold on. Like here.
Yeah, like that's like it.
That's not touching though, right? Like it's in.
Yeah.
I feel like I can pivot this still. No.
I feel like you can.
I feel like it's too big.
Gap on the small T.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, I feel like he fucked up when he was resizing it.
Hold on. Pivot here.
Yeah.
Bring it. Thank you for. I appreciate it.
Yeah, some people in chat are like, I think it's too big.
How's it looking? Okay. This feels.
Pivot!
I don't remember.
I'm stuck.
I don't remember how to solve this puzzle. I don't remember. Wait, I have to open it on my end. I don't remember how they do it. Wait, I gotta watch the video with the ants again. How do they do it?
Wait, because I feel like I can't.
No, Papa resized it and then tried putting it back and fucked it up.
The ant video.
I know
they
you
not?
watch ants do this. Shut up.
I'm watching the ants.
I think I can still go.
Oh no, yeah, you should be able to bring it up that way.
Because I'm thinking it's just gonna scrape the sides here.
I think the proportions got fucked up somehow a little bit.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm the right idea though, right?
You do have the
Pivot,
right idea.
pivot. No, the other way. You gotta hold it like this. Yeah.
There on the side, and you move up a little bit more.
Yeah, then you can slide it all the way up.
You slide it. You slide it. Oh shit.
Yeah, you slide it.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Move it up some more.
Yeah.
And then finally we're in.
Yeah, and then you're in. Yeah.
This was the issue with Sen as well, because you combined it instead of it being a physical thing. It
Yeah.
made it look like it was clipping, but higher power would still work.
Okay. But also, like, I remember when I was doing it, everyone, like, this is the exact same file that I used, and everyone was screaming at me whenever I would touch a wall and it was clipping, and they would be like, no, you have to go back and do it again. Were you people just bullying me? Were you bullying? Were you just bullying me?
The question is, I got the T in, and we gotta pivot the T out. I'm thinking either
The same way you went in. Why is it so hard for people?
would make the most sense.
Yes, there you go.
Ooh, actually, it has to be big enough, doesn't it? It's one way
No.
Oh, There we go.
Oh, there we go. Nope. It's out.
Help. It's out. There it is. Yeah. Oops, that's all right. All right, let me...
The same way you went in, please.
We'll do Big T out first. I'm like actually locked into this.
There's no way.
Big T out first.
Oh.
No way.
And then we
It's like the ants too. I swear, people do the same. They follow the same like errors because they do one thing and they repeat that for the next one.
Okay, that's clipping, so I gotta stop. Move it down. Pivot. Don't clip. Move it. Oh, how am I?
I think you're gonna go small end.
All right, I'll be right back. I need water. I just had chips. Well, not chips, but I had popcorn. I will be right back. They can't even do the puzzle itself, and they're thinking that they can beat the ants. No one can beat the ants. I'm back. Hey, where the fuck you going? Get back here. No. Stop that. I got dark chocolate.
Do
I don't know. Hold on, wait.
Gather emote when? Do we not have this sit? Do we not have a one? Hang on.
Let me go. Okay.
I thought we had one.
I don't think. Yeah.
Am I leading you
Oh my
astray?
God. The chat's doing the BB's meme, but with ants. Just shut up, chat! Stop! You look like an ant. A pet.
Oh, we don't have one. Wow, I thought I had one. Okay.
Good news. We can finally be ants. This isn't your world.
Good news.
We can be ants. This is good news.
Good news, everyone.
You live like an ant. A pet?
My chat bot is breaking down. My new chat bot broke down. So he went when he started saying 30, and he just stopped working. This is insane.
A pet. Mark, this is good news.
We can live to be 30 years.
You will live for 30 years. This is insane.
I love that meme so much. All right. It's gotta be big enough first. It's gotta be big enough first. It widowy has to be big enough first. It widowy has to be.
Widowy. All right.
Are you sure?
You can't move it and spin?
Are you sure?
What? Oh, it's harder in digitally than real world. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. They're saying because
Yeah.
the actual method would not be moving and spinning at the same time. So it's actually, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you would move and then spin and then move and then spin.
There you go.
In this case, I think the small one has to go first. You're a little shit eating. I can see it in real time.
I suffered so much.
Well, hold on.
I feel like Froggy would get jealous of crow puzzles. Maybe.
We're cooking a little bit.
Oh.
We go up a little bit. Okay. We're not clipping, right? Let's see.
You're not clipping. You're not clipping.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, you.
I mean, why is she shocked?
Oh, shit, little clip. Hold on.
I think you're good.
Oh, no. I'm clipping a little bit there on the side. I gotta be careful here. Okay.
Oh shit! How the fuck do you get out of here?
I think you just do this.
The same way you get in.
It's a slow, How much room do I have on the left side there? Ooh. I have a little room there between the top and the... Okay, I see I have a little room. I have a tiny...
Shocking Froggy isn't that hard. That's fair.
Hold on, enhance.
Enhance!
Part of the issue with this diagram that I have made is I traced it directly over the ants video, and the barricades are like up. They're high, so the perspective is kind of fucked up a little bit. So a little bit of clipping is okay.
No. I took a side. I changed it back. I hit Control Z. Don't worry.
If he doesn't solve this, then he will never be based.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Come on. Come on.
Little pivot there.
I am based.
No more pivoting.
I am Groot.
I think you're out.
I think I'm out. I think I'm clear on this side.
I think you're clear.
Hey, you don't need to mimic the video.
But you know what isn't Froggy's big joke of the day? What is a base favorite news site? BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed.
I bit my cheek.
BuzzFeed.
Why is it squiggly? That's aliasing.
Okay.
No way. Where are we at on the timer? There's no way.
And then you go this way. Oh, too far. Clipped. Now we got to get out this way.
Yeah.
Oh, too far.
He's got it.
Clip this way. And
oh my god. So it took you about 10 minutes.
Yeah. How long did it take you, Froggy?
40.
40 minutes, Froggy!
Yeah. Yeah.
40 minutes.
Are you dumber than ants? How long did it take?
Hold on. How long did it take? How long did it take?
I think it took them 10 minutes too, right?
Solve the piano mover puzzle.
You're lying to me. It's actually, there's no way you did 40 minutes, dude.
It wasn't 40, it was 22?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's better. I'm like, good lord, there ain't no way.
The ant solved it faster though.
Okay, hold on. So wait, but how long did it take the ants to get through here? We don't know. So this is 33 seconds, but it's sped up. Okay, so these are the ants.
Okay. Oh, they went. No, they're trying stuff, aren't they?
They're trying.
Dude, the hive mind is such a freaky
this
idea,
freaks
bro.
me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, a hive mind is such a... Okay, Biggin did first. Nope, they tried that, didn't work.
Yeah.
Dude, a hive mind is such a like, this is like freaky.
Yeah, and see, like, there's some slackers off on the edge, or just like...
but those slackers are me. Okay, so they moved it up. Okay, so they were, like, scraping the sides. Okay, got it.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
But oh my god. Wait, so how much is this video sped up by? Can I slow this down?
I have? Yeah, what's the actual...
Can I slow
If that was
it down?
10 times, it's still 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes.
Can I speed this? Can I adjust the speed? How fast do ants move?
Well, that's not gonna help us
It's
here.
10 times sped up, so
Yeah.
33 seconds. 10 times
333 seconds.
And that's
3 minutes and 30 seconds? Is that right?
No.
Is that right?
That's not. Froggy, if the video is 30 seconds long and it's 10 times, there's only 2 times per minute. It's 5 minutes. Because if you cut the multiplication from 10 to 5, it's a minute times 5. They were beaten by ants. Don't be too harsh on them. No.
30 times.
Somebody in chat was like 30 minutes question mark?
So a million of them and only one of us.
Unfucking believable. Well, it is Froggy's chat.
30 times.
30 times Froggy. 30 times how
0.33 equals. Oh, it's 9.9. So 9 minits.
No, wait.
No.
Stop. No, hold on. What is the math, Froggy? I can do the math for you. Wait, stop.
Jesus Christ, dude. I can't.
Wait, okay. No, Froggy, give me the number.
Math, Froggy. It's in seconds.
It's 33 seconds.
33 seconds, right? And then it's sped up
133 seconds.
So is that 3
times 30?
Is that 3 minutes and 30 seconds?
No, wait. 30 times 10.
300.
Wait, I shouldn't be. I have a degree in computer science. Hold on, I can do this.
Oh my god, guys, it's not that hard. Hi, Fox.
0.33.
Hold on, I'm putting my glasses.
No, because 0.33 is a third of a minute. A third of a minute is not 33 seconds. A third of a minute is 20 seconds. I can't, guys. I fucking can't. Somebody put me on call with Froggy so we can teach her basic math.
Times 10 is 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
So wait, no, but is it a minute 60 sec? Wait, hold
yeah,
on.
yeah, a minute is the 6. Wait, but a minute is 60. Wait, a minute is 60 seconds.
Right?
Wait, so it's 330 seconds.
No, we should.
No, she had it right. It's 330 seconds.
Wait.
Time for 30.
So it's
10, right?
Hold on, it's
33 seconds times 10. Then divide by 60 to make the minutes out of the second.
60. That made no fucking sense.
Wait,
so then it's what, 30?
Rocky,
3 minutes
it
divided by
is
60?
330 seconds, so 5.5 minutes.
5.5 minutes?
Why would it be? Wait, where did you get that number from?
Guys, I think Froggy's stupid is rubbing off on Papa Mutt. Guys, I think Froggy's stupid is rubbing off on Papa Mutt. Save him. Save this man.
Stop. How did you get 5? Wait, 330 seconds.
Stop. Reset. 30.
How
30 seconds.
many minutes is
No.
330 seconds?
Okay, we know the answer to this.
It's 5.5.
Now we know the answer to this. Listen. So it's 5 minutes is how long it took, right?
I love that the little formula here is literally just formula. Divide the time value by 60. Jesus Christ.
Is that right?
So I think
the person's name in chat that is Shrek can't, and it's just they can't be this stupid. Yes, they can.
But we can.
No, stop. That's it, right?
Yeah, but we could like, you know, the video sped up. We could average up to 6.
Canadian education system is fragged. Yeah, but Chips isn't. Chips, Jesus Christ. Papa Mutt isn't from Canada.
6 minutes, I think.
So
right?
6 minutes, right? Did you do that math right?
Yeah.
Are we sure that's right? Then where did the divide come from? Because somebody can divide by fucking 10 minutes some shit.
Yeah.
Froggy,
What are we talking
33
about?
times 10
I think we're
is
stupider than ants.
330. There are 60 seconds in a minute.
330.
60, 60,
60
60,
seconds in a
60,
minute.
300, which is 5 minutes. At 30 seconds, which is half of 60, so 5.5 minutes.
You had them. You had them. You were guiding them down the right path, and then you just took a left turn.
What are you saying?
Wiggle off, been here for 10 months now, Earl Wiggle.
So is it fucking 5 minutes or not?
Ari, please don't look.
Ari, don't look. Ari, don't look.
Oh God, did they summon Ari?
Don't look, Ari, don't look. Ari, we know the math. We did the math. We've got it.
Okay, so 6. It took the ants.
Oh my God.
6 minutes.
DL dear,
to tell me
you
the
are both
math.
slow How many viewers does it take to complete this puzzle?
Oh my God, yeah, Ari. Papa has the fun thing where he can hear both our bots. The thing that Bluto has, where you can hear all of our bots. I have no idea why I can't hear Papa's, but Papa can hear both of ours. So he.
They have the freaking answer on the screen. How are they not getting it? They don't. They have the answer on screen. They're arguing about how they got there.
Trenches right now.
I'm losing it. All right, chatters, stop giving bits. I'm gonna fucking crash out. Listen,
Guys, there are 60 seconds in a minute. When you have an amount of seconds, you can divide by 60 to turn it into minutes.
Froggy.
We agree. The ants took 6 minutes. Why not find the video on YouTube and slow it down? That's a good idea. Hold on.
Yeah, do that.
Hey guys, you want to see something funny? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. It doesn't have a time? $15 to 20 minutes. Is that right? What is that? Wait, is it actually really this difficult to find it? Hang on. Wow, it actually really is that hard to find it. I thought there was just gonna be, I genuinely thought there was just gonna be somebody who did the experiment who just gave a fucking answer, but really? There's actually just straight up no answer? There's just no answer. Wow, okay, that sucks. Yeah, there's just no, wow, okay.
Do that. That's easier.
That's kind of fucked. You'd think there would be like a paper or document or something where people are like, yeah, it took them like 20 minutes.
Let me see if I can find it. YouTube,
Can you
ants,
do that?
piano mover. I don't know.
No, you
I'm
can't.
about to find out. Hold on, ant piano mover test.
Wait, so if I slowed it down by 10, that wouldn't help though. We have to speed it. No, wait, slow it down by 10.
You wanted the ants to move roughly at like normal speed.
Because, okay, so I was right. It's like 5 minutes, right? We're good.
Answer.
That was the math.
Hold on.
We have the math on screen. We're good. We got it.
Wait, but I also found this.
Yeah.
Answer. Oh wait, this is slow. Wait, it's kind of slow? Maybe it's not. No, it's sped up still. Hold on. Hold on. No, hold on.
It's still sped up for the ants.
Still looks sped up. Look how fast the guys are moving. Oh no, wait, they're not moving fast.
No, but look at the ants.
3 minutes. I was right.
Dude, that might be the actual factual speed.
Oh, I feel so validated.
Is that right though? The ants don't move that fast.
It's still sped up? I can't.
Yeah.
Because the humans are moving normally, but the ants are moving really fast.
The ants sped up.
Yeah.
Are the ants sped up? Hold on. Let me slow it down.
Yeah,
Slow it down to like 2.25, the lowest.
Help us. No, the ants are too slow.
Wait, but now we don't know.
Now we don't know that doesn't help us.
That doesn't actually help us if we slow it down because we don't know.
Yes, it does. Because you just multiply the time that you're watching it by 4. They're gonna give me a fucking aneurysm.
Wait, what
How
is
many
3?
seconds are 3 minutes?
What is 3 minutes and 30 seconds slowed down by 0?
All right. Hang on. What video is this? Ants versus human T-shaped problem solving test. Okay. Ants versus humans T-shaped problem test. I don't know. I can't be bothered. Okay. So this is the video they're watching. If we turn this all the way down to... Okay, that seems like in real time. Right? That looks about real time. That looks about real time. Not for the humans, but definitely for the ants. So 4 times 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Which is thankfully 3.5. So 4 times 3.5 is 12 to, so about 14 minutes. It seems slightly too slow. Really? Look at this old dude. He's got to zip it around. Oh, is that better? So by 4? Okay, so let's just say it's somewhere under half. So it's somewhere between like 7 and 12 minutes. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, so this is at 0.4. So this would be 7 minutes at 0.5. That's a little slower. So it's probably about 8 minutes. Logically somewhere around 8 minutes. Let's see what they come up with.
Sped up. Look how fast the guys are moving. Oh no, wait, they're not moving fast. Shit, that might be the
3 minutes. I was right.
Dude, that might be the actual factual speed.
Oh, I feel so validated.
It's still sped
Wait,
up?
check the description. Hang on. Somebody in that chat just said check the description. No, it's not in there.
I can't tell because the humans are moving normally, but the
After a few ant invasions in my time, I've got some experience in the field of ant watching. That's fair.
Hold on, let me slow it down.
Yeah, slow it down. Now we don't know that doesn't help us.
That doesn't actually help us if we slow it down because we don't.
Yes, it does.
Don't know
Yes, it does.
what is
If you slow it down to half speed, you double the length. Holy fuck!
3 minutes.
What is 3 minutes and 30 seconds slowed down by 0.75%?
What?
What is 3 minutes?
I'm losing IQ fast. Them poor chat.
The playback speed of 0.75. Is it like 5 minutes?
30 seconds would probably be like 5 minutes, probably. Yeah, sure.
So it is probably the 5.5 minutes.
Probably the 5 minutes. Yes.
Oh my god.
Taco would be a great teacher. If we slow down, then humans are too slow. Them problem. Big VTubing. I'd love to teach people who want to know.
I'm like, okay, that feels right in my heart and my soul. When my eyes perceive.
No, those ants are way too fucking fast, dude.
Hallucination. I'm not in the Matrix. I'm like fully.
Them probably. Oh, okay.
Immersed.
This is right. And we were right, by the way. It's 30 seconds times 60.
Yeah, that's an immersive speed. If I was on the Truman Show, I would not know that I was on the Truman Show. I would be like, that's it. That's a real ant.
It's already solved the math problem.
This is it. We've got it. This is it.
We did it. So we're both slower than ants.
No,
Excuse me while I go get some alcohol to soothe the psychic damage of this conversation. Be right back.
It doesn't matter. Yes, they were both slower than ants.
It's literally 30 times 10, which is 300.
No.
Which is like
30, which is like
No.
3 minutes
No.
and 30 seconds.
No.
Yes.
No, shut up. You're both wrong.
Oh,
Shut up.
Yeah,
No, what's that say?
Professor Finnerman Weiserman, that's not a real name. Institute of Science set out to compare the problems.
Wizardman, that's not a real name. Just look for anything that says minutes.
Intelligence operations and find out the
3 minutes. It's fine. There's no way a human can
It doesn't
do it in
matter.
3 minutes.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No human can do it in 2 minutes anyway. Like, there's no way because there's first off, there's a million ants. There's one of me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then Photoshop's a bitch. So,
wait, why are you saying 3 minutes?
Because that's how long the ants took, right?
No, the ants took 5 minutes.
Wait, no, because 30 times.
Guys, I fucking can't.
300.
Guys, I fucking can't. Papa.
All the precise details in here.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Wait, please tell me there's an actual time.
Can you just control F 3 minutes, please?
Oh.
What? How many seconds are in a minute? Why does that matter? We're talking about ants right now.
How many seconds are in a minute?
How long did the ants take?
Yeah, we just listen because it doesn't matter how many seconds are in a minute because we've already done the math.
I just want to know how long the ants took. Hold on, find in page 3.
3.
No.
There's no 3?
You guys are way too confident in that fucking 3.
Oh, there's a lot of 3s. Oh, there's a lot of 3s. Oh, there's a lot of 3s. Minute. Nothing.
Really?
Second.
Second
chamber. Go away! Second, longer than 1 second.
We got it, dude. We got it. We're ready for this game. We got it. 300 seconds. That's
What's up?
It's 60 seconds a minute, right?
Do you want my portal?
Froggy is having an information overload. Her head can't handle.
We got it. We're ready.
There's no way.
Let's play Portal. Let's play
There's no.
We're all worked up.
I think paper.
There's no way the fucking paper didn't do the time.
Right.
Wait, 60 seconds of what?
In a minute.
In a minute?
And 60 times the 10, which is the speed of which it was by, is like 300 seconds. Right? And wait. Time to play the game. I'm hurt.
Jesus Christ, Papa, man. I mean, he had 2 strokes.
It's time to play the game.
I literally was trying to do the math.
Okay. Guys. That was my fault. We have to. I have to. Data materials software availability. Supporting information. This one. What is this? Is this the video? Oh, it is the video. Right there. Recording a large group of ants solving the puzzle. Sped up 10 times. It's right there. So if we download this. Oh, fuck you. All right, hang on. This video is 28 seconds long. There you go. 28 times 10. Holy shit. I did it. We found it out. We found it out. There you go. It's whatever. Oh God, what is it? 28 times 10 is 280 seconds. Divided by 6, 240 is, or 300 is 5 minutes. So it's 4 minutes minus 20. It's 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Four minutes and 40 seconds was how long it took them. The actual real answer to this problem, as documented by the fucking scientific paper that sent it out, is 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Okay. I'm gonna leave a comment on this. You guys can go find my comment. The answer is 440. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The video is found through the I can't spell science, don't judge me. Scientific. The video was found through the scientific paper they were reading. It states on the page that it is sped up 10x and the video is 28 seconds long. 280 seconds divided by 60. Please end me. Okay. All right. Next fucking video. Jesus Christ, get me the fuck out of here. All right. I don't know if Nico's still here, so we'll go ahead and scroll past those. We're gonna skip that one. Okay. I keep seeing this one, and I'm curious about this one. This is Goats versus Hackfist. I have no idea what the fuck Hackfist is, so we're gonna go watch this. And put this back to normal speed.
Almost killed the game. Today we'll cover every broken meta.
Oh god, why do I already have it?
What heroes made these metas and why these teams were
Thanks,
so
guys.
dominant. We'll start with the least. Overwatch has always had trouble with balance, and some awful metas have almost killed the game. Today we'll cover every broken meta in Overwatch's history, what heroes made these metas, and why these team compositions were so dominant.
I'm actually kind of interested in this. I think there was a lot of metas throughout the years that were honestly kind of pain in the ass to play.
With the least broken
Thanks,
metas
Mobius.
and work our way towards the most broken meta in all of Overwatch. Our first
Brig.
meta was like being spawn camped, but from a distance. See, Brig was made specifically to counter dive heroes, so upon her release, Tracer fell out of the meta. Dive falling out of the meta created the perfect conditions for snipers to take hold, spawning the double sniper meta. Widowmaker and Hanzo rose to the top of the hero hierarchy, and the game became unplayable. Any peak, no matter how small, was a chance at being one-shot. Hanzo also had Scatter Arrow at this time.
Oh,
So
yeah.
If you were in a small room, it was an easy no-aim kill.
No, Hanzo didn't have Scatter Arrow during Brig meta. Hanzo's Scatter Arrow got removed like really early on. Hang on. Patch 1.2. Yeah, but what season was that? I feel like it was still in. May 3rd. The invisibility has been removed and replaced with storm arrows. May 3rd of 2018. March, April, May. Oh, yeah. Wow, they took a long time to get rid of Scatter Arrow? Huh. I thought Scatter Arrow was removed like pretty early on. Thank you for the follow. I guess not, huh?
At this time. So if you were in a small room, it was an easy no-aim kill. Combined, these heroes were and still can be incredibly oppressive. Not only was any peak flirting with death, even if you managed to execute a good dive on these sniper heroes.
Oh, dude, that is so satisfying. Of course, there's Kefri. Dude, 2-tapping a fucking Orisa at range. That feels good.
Brig would be
I'm good. How you doing?
there, acting as a bodyguard. The combination of the one-shot potential and the near undivable backline made this one of the most
Kefri's such a good
metas
sniper.
ever to exist in Overwatch. On the topic of deadly combos, we all know the classic.
Yeah, they might have been messing around with it a lot.
Zarya uses her ult to Graviton.
Oh, the Graviton Surge Dragons combo.
Surge to immobilize the enemy team, and then Hanzo uses his ult Dragon Strike to kill everyone. It's effective now, but at one point the Grav Dragon meta dominated the game.
Because of Mercy
In
damage
case of
boost.
Overwatch 1,
Because I believe, if I remember correctly, Mercy could damage boost Hanzo's dragons, which would cut through Transcendence. You got back from work. Oh, nice.
Ultimate could be damage.
What'd you do for your work?
This meant Dragon
If you're
Strike could
okay,
kill
sharing.
through Grav's
Oh wait, hang on.
Hanzo's ultimate could be damage boosted.
Yeah, here it
This
is.
meant Dragon Strike could kill through Grav's best counter, Transcendence.
Yeah.
Grav's radius was also larger, meaning it was easier to catch the entire enemy team in the ultimate. Take a bunch of helpless enemies, suck them into one spot, and shoot a dragon through them. As long as your Hanzo was ready to aim towards the big glob of enemies, it was pretty much a guarantee.
So strong.
I think we're already
so strong.
A trend here when a strategy's best.
I'm in the Marines. Oh.
Answer. That's
what's your primary role?
Game. Snipers get countered by dives.
Like, what do you do?
But when you have a brig protecting the snipers, diving doesn't work anymore. Transcendence should save your team.
Ah, yes, the mini tank.
But if the dragon can out-damage your Transcendence, there's not much you can do besides avoid getting.
Well, they patched that and they just made it so Transcendence couldn't be damage boosted anymore.
Goats in this video, don't worry.
Goats!
But because this list is in order of least to most broken metas, we need to cover
primary role. Well, no, you have like people who are mechanics. You have people who are
only one
you know, like communications, stuff like that. Like you could be in the Marines and not be on the front line.
Ghost requires an intricate and systematic layering of abilities to function, relying on alternating shields, healing, and ultimates to keep the undying monstrosity alive. If one member of the team died, the whole thing would start to unravel. This is the exact weakness Hackfist.
10 snipers, sniper commander, I run the team of snipers. Oh! So what is your day-to-day then?
Doomfist would dive the backline and
I mean, are you on active duty?
This sounds easy, but if you weren't around for the Goats era, you just won't understand how tanky Goats was.
Dude, Goats was
only functioned instantly.
Goats was tough. Alright, hang on, let's back up a little bit because I think I missed something.
The play was simple. Disruption at all costs. Sombra and Doomfist would dive the backline and instantly erase one of the supports.
Yes, because the second you get rid of a support, the front line doesn't have enough healing for, like, if you take out one of the supports, then the tanks don't have enough healing, and if the tanks don't have enough healing, they don't have enough damage to get rid of people before they take enough damage. 12-hour shifts, all active duty. Oh, I'm sorry, man, that sucks.
Goats era, you just won't understand how tanky Goats was. Hackfist could only function because of a few key factors. At this time, Sombra's hack lasted 5 seconds, and Doomfist was still a DPS, meaning he was a lot more lethal.
Oh, dude, Sombra's hack was
would dive one
brutal.
Together. Hacking them opened them up to a free and easy one-shot from the Doomfist. Because
yeah,
hack used to be so punishing, there wasn't really anything you could do about this. This tactic was then strengthened by Azaria, who would bubble the diving Doomfist.
Yeah.
Then you really couldn't do anything about it. This was an all-or-nothing strat, though, requiring your
that's really tough to pull off, though.
Into the Doomfist. But drastic times call for
the youngest commander my base have ever had. How'd you rise up to it so quick?
For drastic subscribings to the Watchover. If you're enjoying this video,
cute.
I would really help me get there. Just by the end of where I just when you think of Reaper's ult, you don't really think of
Beyblade.
But one of
Nano Boost
was all about a speedy Reaper ult. The infamous Beyblade meta was enabled by Nano.
Yeah, here it is.
Nano actually.
Holy shit, dude! I forgot about that.
Enabled by.
So you could Lucio speed boost, nano boost the fucking Reaper, and because they changed it used to be that nano boost was speed and damage, then they changed it to damage reduction and damage amplification. But dude, Reinhardt, you could also do Reinhardt as well. You could nano boost Reinhardt and speed boost Reinhardt into the enemy team. It was it's the funniest fucking thing.
Nanoing Reaper's ult. Nano actually used to give us.
Wait, was he not Lucio speed boosted in this?
Meta was enabled by nanoing Reaper's ult. Nano actually used to give a speed boost.
I don't know. I can't tell.
The strat was pretty simple. Reaper have ult.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Reaper go fast. Reaper drive by, kill entire enemy team. Lucio speed.
Nowadays, dude, I swear to God, nowadays, like Reaper ult does just no damage. But I guess you had the nano boost, so that helped with the damage. Yeah, all right, that's fair. I started training with my parents at 14. Started at base at 16. Professionally at 18. I'm now 25. I mean, that makes sense. How did you start under 18 at base?
Speed boost would
you know what? I don't know if I want the answer.
Reaper as well, creating a whirlwind.
Oh, okay. So that Reinhardt tried to slam Reaper to stop him, but the Zarya popped bubble. So Reaper jumped in, popped ult. Zarya popped bubble on his ult, and that made it so this slam didn't work.
Well, creating a whirlwind.
And he got an extra 2 or 3 kills for it.
Kind of like a Beyblade, hence the name. Zarya was key
Beyblade
as well because she would bubble the nano ulting speed boosted Reaper.
This is what I mean by, like, it really does feel like sometimes the Overwatch team just didn't. It was really cool to have the combos and stuff, But I feel like the team needed to focus more on the individuals and less on the team aspects, because this is what ends up happening. You just end up getting these insanely specific comps. UK, you're allowed to start at 16 as long as you're not on duty. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that.
As I mentioned before, this was one of Overwatch's first metas, so I don't think
so it's late for you
to say it lacks the sophistication of some of the other metas on this list. But a nanoed ulting bubbled speed boosted Reaper ult is still pretty scary even in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, you put in like Reaper's entire, you can put a lot into a single thing, right? So the whole concept in Overwatch is don't let the team push the payload. And if you can get ult back and kill the entire team and then push the payload 50% of the way there, and then not move it at all until you get ult again and then push it another 50%, you're just guaranteed to win.
Mauga.
Oh, fuck off, dude. I hate this guy.
I'm just kidding.
So in uniform and all of the bones in my back hurts. Were you like crouched over all day today?
We'll actually go over this. When Mauga was released, he was significantly overtuned. When a hero has an insane pick rate, you know something is wrong. And
I loved the whole concept of people leaving comp games to go buy the battle pass to get Mauga because of how broken he was.
And
that was
Mauga
tough.
In nearly every single game at the time. He was just flat out broken upon release. His lifesteal made him unkillable, and the skill required to get all this value was on the floor. It wasn't quite as bad as
He just had to aim, I guess.
He could be countered, but it was a team effort to do so, and it was much easier to just run a Mauga of your own. His ult was busted too. Not only would you get unlimited ammo, but you would also get 7.
Oh yeah, that's right. He had unlimited ammo on launch. That's crazy. Been standing all day. That's tough, dude.
70% lifesteal. I'm sure you've seen the clips of Mauga 1v1s where both of them are just
stand still,
mindlessly shooting at one another.
Yeah.
I'm choosing to use kind words here, but it was really, really silly.
The flats playing Mauga is so unfortunate.
He could go D.Va to eat his bullets while he was using overdrive, cutting off his lifesteal, and Ana could do the same with her anti-nade, but these
Why is it so aggressive?
Foolproof. Kiri could just
I mean, you're on active duty, but are you deployed?
Easily force out defense matrix. Since these dark times, Mauga has been nerfed a ton. He sits towards the bottom of the tank pack right now, and
as he should.
A single person who is complaining about that. It took a while for the devs to fix Mauga, but our next meta was so busted, it was only in the game for 24 hours.
Do I know this meta?
And had to be hot fixed out. Because it was only in the game for a day, it's really just an honorable mention, but I really felt like it needed to be included in this list. Before there was a cap to the damage.
Oh, I think I might know what this is.
Reduction in the game.
Yeah, I know what this is.
Enough could be stacked.
It's Bastion's armor. Oh god, it was ironclad. It was Bastion's ironclad armor fucking weird nonsense. Yeah.
Bastion to make him near immortal. Bastion's sentry mode gave him the ironclad passive, which provided a 35% damage reduction.
Yeah, formerly 35.
And Ana's nano boost could be stacked on this to give him an additional.
It literally, you couldn't kill him.
Plus, armor already provides damage reduction. All this was enough to create the perfect immortality elixir for little old Bastion. But
look at him.
Nano only lasts for a few seconds. The immortal Bastion was soul crushing. With absolutely no chance of killing him. The only.
Thank you for the pets, Mimi. Before I started working professionally, I got 8 hours of sleep. Now I got 4.5. I missed my sleep, bro. You should definitely be sleeping more than that. I don't know if that's regulation to be sleeping that little, because that's gonna have permanent like detrimental effects to your performance.
The course you had was to sleep, stun, or run. This was emergency hotfixed from the game, and the devs added a 70% cap to damage reduction. But console players had to deal with this for an entire month before.
Ha 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 ha! That's so funny, dude. Yeah, because console's gonna like rotation patch, because you can't just hotfix shit on console. That's too funny. Doggo, I think I didn't saw the hand. What do you mean?
Console players seem to routinely get the short end of the stick. Sorry, guys. We have 2 more broken
coming from me watching this stream at about 1 a.m. amount of sleep my captain gets. I'm surprised he hasn't dropped to the. Thanks. Sleep more.
To the truly ridiculous stuff. Mercy has been involved in several broken metas over the years.
Oh god, Mercy.
Already covered, but she was the linchpin of our next 2.
Moth meta.
Moths weren't already annoying enough.
Yep.
A moth that could resurrect, well, that's something else. The moth meta followed Mercy's biggest rework when her resurrection ultimate was removed and switched to the one we all know today.
Dude, this UI is crazy. Oh, the head pat? Did the head pat not work? Oh, weird. Hang on, let me check. Oh no, there it is. Go the fuck to bed then! What is current Mercy ult? Valkyrie. So this is crazy. So this is like OG. Thank you for the super love. This is like OG. Like pre-OG actually. You had a left and right mouse button on the UI here. Like you had this UI was never in the public release game. This was all like beta shit. As you can tell, Tracer, Bastion, Hanzo.
Valkyrie.
Touch Overwatch like maybe once or twice. I ain't going to bed. Go to bed!
However, because resurrecting is part
Sleep
of the
good.
identity, Blizzard didn't want to remove the ability completely.
Yeah.
They chose to make it a basic ability that resurrects a single ally. They did it in the worst way possible.
Oh, dude, immediately got ganked.
A basic ability that resurrects a single ally.
Holy shit, lost so much health. Oh wait, Mercy only has 225. Yeah.
Though. The cooldown on Resurrect was only 30 seconds, which is crazy enough on its own, but that's not even the worst part. When she popped Valkyrie, the cooldown...
Yeah, what's Resurrect's cooldown now?
Seconds. Valkyrie lasted 20...
Well, I live in a dorm and my commander came in an hour ago and told us to go to bed. Yeah, you should definitely go to bed. I start stream 3 hours ago.
She was efficient, she could res, pop ult, res a second time, called the tempo res, wait 10 seconds, res a third time, and wait another 10 seconds, and res a fourth time right at the end of her ult. All of which happened in the span of 30 seconds.
So, like, basically still having Resurrect. The difference is that this Resurrect could constantly be popped. And it was more than that. So this Resurrect, because of the way it worked, you could just keep resing the tank. And then they would come back at max health. And then they would go in, die again, get res again, go in, die again, get res again. So you could res one person 4 times. Instead of doing something like, oh, I don't know, making it so that you can't resurrect the same person within 2 minutes.
It's almost time for dogs.
I swear, they just don't change things in a way that makes sense.
A fourth time right at the end of her ult. All of which happened in the span of 30 seconds.
If we don't sleep, my Latina commander makes me run lads. They should.
It was a huge oversight from the devs, and Mercy became a must.
Do you also react to under 18 videos in Discord, or is that for another day? He does. He just works into a playlist or something. Not everything gets reacted to. So there are some things I look at, and then I basically decide inside of my head, I'm like, does that make sense for content? Does that make sense for streams? Stuff like that. Some things just they don't get reacted to and they'll get ignored or pushed out. I don't really tell people which ones get selected and which ones don't. Just because like I don't want to de-incentivize people from sending stuff. That's all.
Grandmaster or Gold, if you weren't playing Mercy, you were throwing. She terrorized every rank and even the Overwatch League. Blizzard basically failed to address the problem with Mercy's res ability with the rework. Instead of getting a 6-man res near instantly, she could still get a 4-man res just in the span of about 30 seconds. It wasn't even really a nerf. Don't forget that
I'll go to bed 15. All right, fair enough.
Was still able to freely fly and damage boost / heal her whole team. Valkyrie caused its own issues, but now let's cover the old ult that caused all of these problems in the first place, because it spawned a meta of its own, the hide and seek meta.
Oh, dude, I hated hide and seek. So these are in order of how broken they were. Hide and seek meta was like one of the OG Mercy metas at the very start of the game, and it fucking sucked, dude. Every team fight you go in, you'd have to be like, is there 5 people in the field? Yeah, okay, where's the Mercy? And you had to go run around and try to find the Mercy to kill the Mercy first so she wouldn't just fly in and kill all of your... Like, the problem with Resurrect was the fact that it undid every single ult that was used to get a team fight. So if you did grab dragons and like maybe one other thing, Mercy with her own ult could undo 3 ults. It just was so fucking ass, dude.
The strat was pretty simple. Mercy's old ultimate was her resurrect, and it allowed her to res up to 5 dead teammates if they were.
Oh, Latino, not Latina.
Mercy would hide,
Yeah, Latino's female, Latino's male.
and then jump out at the last
Yeah, here it
second
is.
to res her entire team, basically resetting.
You missed, but close enough.
This was horrible. You could spend all
Yeah.
of your resources winning a prolonged ult.
You literally what you would do in this meta if you see like 1 or 2 people die, you just go die on point, die on point, die on point, die on point, die on point. And then if 2 people died, everyone just kind of like stopped fighting so that they could die and get all of their HP back and die at the same time that the other people did, so everyone could come back at once.
Just for Mercy to undo it all. The hiding and waiting was so bad that Jeff Kaplan even commented on it, saying they didn't want to encourage players to hide during
Having a Latino commander and a Nigerian captain, not a good bricks.
and
Yeah.
engage. It had to go, and in September of 2017, Mercy was reworked. Speaking of rework,
Because the thing is, if I remember correctly, we had the original meta, you could res through walls. It didn't require LOS. And Chips, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there a change at one point where Mercy needed LOS to the target in order to do the resurrect to prevent people from resing through walls?
our next meta was so awful, so dominant, that it required the very format we even play Overwatch in to be reworked.
I think so, yeah.
I'm, of course, talking about the GOATS meta.
Ah, goats. The only time tank players got to have fun.
That's right. We're on to the really broken stuff now. I can hear some of you shouting, what? GOATS isn't the most broken meta? I'll get to that in a moment, but no,
GOATS? Yeah, I think it was partially coined by Greatest of All Time, but I think it was primarily coined by the team name, because I think the team was named GOATS. That inspired this meta. We'll see.
Things going for it that the following metas do not. GOATS stood for Go All Tank and Supports.
Oh. It's both, but you get it.
Before role queue, Overwatch was open queue, and the dominant meta at the time was to run 3 tanks and 3 supports.
Yep.
The team comp typically consisted of Reinhardt, Zarya, Diva, Lucio, Brigitte, and Moira.
And this tank comp was supported by the supports. They kept trying to change the tanks and never touch the supports, and they kept not being able to fix GOATS.
Even if you didn't watch Overwatch League, you knew about the comp. It was everywhere. At a low level, simply mashing buttons was enough. And at a high level, this comp was incredibly complex, with IO stucks and over.
No, that was dive.
Even writing a 70-page guide on how to play it. The team would travel in a death ball and roll over anyone even slightly out of position. It was so dominant that few OWL teams even tried to counter it. Most just tried to win the mirror match. This means that OWL quickly devolved into uninteresting mirror matches of the same heroes bashing into each other with insane sustain and pretty boring ability trades.
Matches were like team fights would last like minutes.
Experiment and find counters like the hack fist comp we've already covered in this video, but it was still extremely dominant. Eventually, 222 role queue was added.
222 was added because people were okay. 222 was added for 2 reasons, right? 222 was added for fixing GOATS because they couldn't fucking do it by changing Brig, but it was also done because too many people were playing DPS and not enough people were playing tanks, and like, yeah.
We were all free.
Garden 6 Latino commander likes his slippers, bro. I'm surprised I ain't 6 feet under. Hey, you know what? Hopefully you're making money.
Freed from the shackles of GOATS, but that doesn't mean we were free from oppressive metas entirely. 222 quickly devolved into an equally broken and dominant meta that I think
That's
is worse
suck, I
than
know.
GOATS.
Your eyeballs pay for dog's food, though.
222 that had a meta that was worse than GOATS.
Possible worse than GOATS? GOATS was boring to watch and quickly became stale. However, there was some fun to be had, and it took real skill to pull off at the highest tiers of play. Most of this does not apply to our next broken meta.
I'm like 47k, so I'm good.
I
Nice.
don't think I've ever
Could be
heard
more.
a single person, player, coach,
Nice.
or content creator talk about double shield positive.
Double shield. Yeah. Yeah. Double shield sucked, dude. Double shield was like goats, but instead of the players being the wall of flesh and health, the shields were.
No one likes
I saw the
shooting a
timestamp.
shield,
Got it.
let alone two of them. Before Orisa was reworked, she had a deployable shield, and with the release of
Yeah, Sigma
in
Orisa.
2019, Double Shield was born. Together, they would cycle their shields and cover multiple
Yeah.
angles at the same time. A team running Double Shield effectively had infinite shields. This rendered all hit scan completely useless.
This was very, very funny because I remember watching this. This was very funny. I don't need a lot of stuff. Yeah, I feel that. Well, you see, I say that, but then I went to work on my bike, and then I think I blew like $500 on the bike, which for the bike that I have is quite a lot of money. For me, it's a lot of money. My job is Twitch.
It made it impossible to even shoot at the enemy team.
It wasn't just double shield. It was also the Maywall. Like, if they reduced Maywall's health, it might have changed the meta. But they didn't. Maywall in Overwatch 1 had, I think... God, dude, what was it? Like 1,800 health? Hang on, let me look it up. Maywall, Overwatch 1 health. It was a lot more. Is there a change? Reduce health from 500 to 400. I think that was the change. So it was 20. It has 20% less health than it did.
They were always behind
Per pillar. 500 to 400 per pillar. Hi, Deadbone.
a barrier.
Dated my boyfriend since I was 13 and he was 15. Been a few years. Oh, that's cool.
Darkest times too, where there were no updates or balance changes for basically 2 years. So Double Shield was left to terrorize the game until Overwatch 2's release, and it nearly drove the player base to extinction. I cannot put into words just how awful this was for the game. Somehow though, people found a way to make it even worse. Nicknamed Pirate Ship because the way you would set up.
Oh god, double ship. Pirate ship. Oh man, I remember that.
On a payload with the shield.
Like K-pop? I don't really listen to K-pop.
Double shield with the Bastion was
I don't listen to a lot of music outside of my very small range.
Double shield comp. You would set up a
most of my money is going to the wedding, which is expensive. You don't need to. Expensive weddings are a lie.
Bastion in the most ideal spot, often on high grounds or on the payload, and then use 2 shields to protect him. Mercy would pocket him, providing
breaking news. Doggo will now do something shocking.
Then Baptiste would be able to AoE heal the entire team who were all bunched up together while holding onto Immortality Field if the team got into any trouble. Basically, Bastion got a 5-man pocket from the rest of his team. People tried a lot of different ways to counter this, but there were just so many layers of protection, so many safes, it was pretty much impossible. People would try to go shield break heroes like Junkrat to break through the barrier.
There you go.
Barriers.
My dress was like 15. That's insane.
Dude could get past the shields, but once he did, he would get minced. You could get a Sombra to build an EMP and EMP the whole team, but no matter what, it was brutal trying to break this comp. This is probably the worst, most broken meta in all of Overwatch's history, made worse by the fact that Double Shield itself lasted 2 years. Good riddance to everything on this list. Do you have any broken meta horror stories? Let us know in the comments. If you'd like to learn about
nah, Double Shield sucked. Double Shield, I never played into Double Shield. I just heard rumors about it and I went, wow, that sounds really fucking boring. And when we moved into single tank matchups, they removed Orisa Shield, which is kind of like, why though? You know, the pro strat was to go to the courthouse, sign the documents, have a nice dinner with family, and then take a ridiculous honeymoon. Yes. exactly, Stumbo. That's exactly what you should do. Yeah, well, it depends on. Okay, I think I did that when I got married. I'm divorced now. When I got married, that's kind of what we did. We didn't have a ridiculous honeymoon, but that's what we did. And even as a guy, I still kind of felt like that was too anticlimactic. I think like spending a couple grand, just renting something out, getting some food, hanging out with your family, doing the thing, like that's all good. And there's something special to that. But spending a shit ton on it,
my dream wedding would be cheap, but then a honeymoon at the Greenbrier Resort.
Yeah, I think going too hard on the wedding is, I don't know. There's definitely a right way to do it, which is not that expensive, because there's diminishing returns on a whole lot of stuff. But the honeymoon is most important because that's like you and your partner. You know what I mean? That's like your thing. My boyfriend grew up on the rich side, so he's doing all that. Oh, well, I mean, there you go. Okay. All right. Yeah, Overwatch metas. See, okay. So, in my opinion, one of the things that bugs me a lot in Overwatch was that the metas stuck around for so long. I like Rivals in that almost every season they're kind of shaking up what is the meta and allowing different things to kind of come out, because Overwatch would have things be meta for literally half a year, 2 years at a time. It was really annoying. I refuse to even think of weddings if I don't have a girlfriend or a boyfriend and they don't plan to get one for a while. Yeah, weddings aren't really for you. They're for your family. They're like for the event. Because if it was for you, then it would just be a honeymoon. Hi, Prana. Here, right, Captain. Time to go. So that was a fun video. That was a little trip down memory lane. It was really fucking with me because for some reason I kept thinking it was in chronological order and it wasn't. I feel like a better format for that video would have been to do chronological order and then like give it a power rating. What was the video about? Oh, it was just going over all the broken metas in Overwatch. Painful memory lane. Yeah. Here's a YouTube short, so fucking all right.
Is there rule 34 of this person? Why is that your first message? How you doing, Porcelain Maid? I'm a big fan. No, your first message is, hey man, you ain't got any of you that I can jack it to? How big is that, Porcelain Maid? Small, leave me alone.
Small, leave me alone. I love how unhinged Joel is, dude. Holy shit. Oh. What do you think the captain will do? Make me run or throw slippers at me? Probably run. Oh, that's funny. Turbo update, UI stuff. Not fun. You know what? These people are ruining video games. Sure. Let's see who's ruining video games, shall we? Ooh, big video. All right. Joel's amazing. I like Joel. I would rather Slipper. Yeah, well, that's why you're getting it. It's me. I'm ruining video games.
Thinking about a lot as I get a little bit older is the internet's always aggressive nature.
I think it's just because PvP games have become very lucrative. So companies have been more incentivized to make PvP games, which in turn constantly creates more like competition and friction. IMO.
You know, like the fact that people will get online, especially with video games, and they're ready to fight. They're ready to pick a fight with other players. And this extends a lot to content creators and streamers as well. Now,
watching somebody use a controller to play Rivals is triggering me.
I don't necessarily think I'm above this issue. Like, there have been plenty of times where...
Did you just let your fucking... Did you just let your poor, Oh, look at that dude back there. Look at him not getting any heals. Look at...
Content creators...
Okay, that dude died. That's fine. You were missing your shots, whatever. Everyone is full HP right now. And your poor fucking Torch is getting nuked.
Wow. Now...
There he is. Still getting nuked.
I don't necessarily...
I love how I'm just feeding this dude's point. Shit.
Necessarily think I'm above this issue. Like, there have been plenty of times where I will say an opinion, a load of people will disagree, and I will still think I'm right.
Your poor Doctor Strange, dude. Please heal him. Please heal him. Thank you. Holy shit.
But recently...
It's people like this who I watch and I go, you used to play Overwatch, didn't you? You used to play Overwatch, didn't you? Because that is the DPS support playstyle that came from Overwatch.
There was a situation where I'm not going to dogpile on this person's name. It was a streamer, and it just reminded me of this situation where, like, they were playing Marvel Rivals, and they're a very big competitive player in the scene, and they were adding, like, a lot of derogative terms to people who play healer and things like that, and, you know, saying that they sucked or that they were, you know, the easiest role to play, or that there were some other harsher words too that I think have since been taken down. But in general, like, this is not a standalone occurrence, right? Like, every day I think you have all of these kids and teenagers and stuff who get on these games and they want to be...
This right here, dude, this is the shit. Okay, sorry, I'm too focused on the gameplay. This is the shit that pisses me the fuck off. It is one tank. Why do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking people looking at him?
I think you have all...
It's one dude. Someone needs to go to the fucking front line and engage the rest of the enemy team.
These kids and teenagers and...
Right here, everyone except for, like, maybe Torch and maybe Witch should be immediately turning around. Because...
stuff who get on these games.
He cast Taunt. Yeah, apparently. Wait, did the fucking Invisible Woman come back?
All of these kids and teenagers and stuff who get on these games and they...
Yes, she did. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry. Actually listening to the video now.
A standalone occurrence, right? Like, every day I think you have all of these kids and teenagers and stuff who get on these games and they want to be like the next Ninja with Fortnite. Like, they want to be a multi-millionaire who gets big off this game. And some people can do that. You know, some people can go competitive, do a really good job on games.
In my personal opinion, I think this falls to a lot of, like, this is a lot of social weight. You know? This is, video games have become very prevalent in society. And before video games, it was like, well, how good of a carpenter are you? Or how good are you at this? Or how good are you at that? Now video games are, well, how good are you at playing games? What's your rank in, like, this game or that game or whatever? So people have become much more incentivized to try to prove themselves through playing games than they have trying to prove themselves through their actual, like, real life things. And I think that falls onto a lot of the younger generation because, you know, if a game is big and it's competitive and there's a bunch of, like, 16-year-olds or 15-year-olds playing the game and, like, it's in their friends group or they're in friend circle and they want to prove themselves, they want to be bigger, they want to be better than everyone else, that's what they're going to do. And I think that's just the nature of what we have now with how big games have gotten. What's your rank, Delta? Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere.
And that's a great example of that is if you go into any streamer who is kind of sort of good, right? You'll see people first time message you !rank, or first time message will be like, what rank are you? Like, why does that matter? I could be bronze and be a top 500 player and I'm in bronze because I'm on a different account. You know what I mean? Like, why does rank matter? Why does moving a mouse real good matter than any other thing, right? Why does me being able to keep track, does that make me intelligent? Does that make me more like better children haver? Does that make my DNA more desirable? Like what is the point of being good at a video game? You're like, well, I'm better than other people. I'm higher than other people. It's like, so your value is coming from your comparison to other people. It doesn't fucking matter how you interact with the game. You just want to be better than others. But the problem is you don't see that being better than others in a video game doesn't have any value. You're better at moving a plastic thing around on a table. Woohoo. Like, that's it.
And they're like,
means you're maidenless.
With it and have fun. But I think a lot of people along the way lose the plot. And I think a lot of content creators and just players in general ruin these games for everybody else. And that's something I wanted to talk about for a few minutes today. I did think about, showing up in person for this video, but I wasn't really sure if it would add anything. The channel has not been getting pushed at all by YouTube, though, and I'm noticing a lot of the most popular channels, like the host of them, shows up more in real life. So if you would like me to show up more in real life videos, let me know.
It's tough because it requires more editing. Like, this is literally just been you put gameplay footage on a screen and talked over it. Like, if you're gonna put yourself, if you're gonna do like live camera footage stuff, you have to edit it. You can't just have it be stagnant because people are just going to click off.
I appreciate that. And I do have a question of the day for you, which is, have you ever had a video game ruined for you?
Hey guys, be careful with the whole pornography shit in chat because we are not an 18+ channel, and I am aware that the people who are talking about it are under 18, so we need to put a stop to that, or I'm going to put a stop to that.
By someone else, and how? This could be on the internet through someone exploiting the game, breaking it over and over until it's not fun.
Is this dude like legitimately like a silver player?
Exploiting the game, breaking it.
He's just walking backwards. He's not like trying to climb walls. He's not like doing anything. He's just staring at them while dying. He's walking away instead of fighting back.
This could be somebody just trash talking you nonstop to the point where you just don't want to interact with the game. Whatever it is.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I don't care if the root cause of it is, oh, I was bad at the game, so this person did this. I still think this is unacceptable behavior to push people away from something that's supposed to be fun.
Oh boy. Okay. This guy sounds older. I could be wrong. But video games recently have become very saturated with skill. And what I mean by that is when you're 14 or 15 years old and video gaming in 2007 has just kind of come out, everyone kind of sucks. Because no one has the skills built up, right? It's brand new. It's just getting into society. Everyone kind of sucks. Because everyone kind of sucks, much like a new game that comes out, right? Everyone sucks at the new game. It doesn't feel bad to play because everyone's just chill and having a fun time and learning the characters and not sweating and like whatever because it's new and right? That's not the case anymore. Video games are so ingrained at even a young age that the skill floor has been raised. Like a majority of players are good. The average has come up. So what that means though is that for the people who are a bit older who are getting into the games for the first time, like if you're in your I don't know, let's say you're in your late teens, early 20s and you're just picking up gaming on PC. You've just got disposable income. You've got your first job, you're getting your first computer, you're coming off of console, and you're just getting into a hero shooter for the first time. You've never used mouse and keyboard, you don't know how to use it, sense is all off, all this sort of stuff, right? You're going against kids who have been using their dad's computer since they were 6. And now they're like 14, 15 years old. You're gonna get fucking steamrolled. And that's just the nature of what it is now. And they're going to be more competitive and they're going to be more sweaty. And that's just what it is. So yeah, gaming's going to suck if you get in late. Not that this is against this dude in particular, but just how it is.
Push people away from something that's supposed to be fun. And
I also get fucking steamrolled, yeah.
Streamer who was doing this, I'm not debating like this person's skill, right? Like I'm not even naming their name because I don't want to dogpile, and it's just a minor
I mean, we all know it's Necros.
example of what I'm talking about. But like in general, a lot of the times the people who say these very rude things, or sometimes even the people who get vicious on the mic and stuff, it's actually not like they suck. There are some of them that do. There are some of these people who get on these games, they're just awful. They're trash. And they blame everyone around them for why they're doing poorly.
Yeah, which is sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. I get kind of grumpy with rivals too. And most of the time when I start flaming other people on stream, I don't do it. I try not to do it in chat. Sometimes I get a little typey. When I start flaming other people, most of the time I'm flaming them because of a very specific instance. I'm flaming them because I literally know to a T what exactly just happened and like, why did you do that? If I don't have a specific instance that I can flag, I try not to be grumpy with my teammates because I know I feed. I know I hold W. I know I got my own problems, but like, yeah, that can happen.
Out on people.
That's why I play Helldivers.
And
Helldivers is fun.
That's
I like
another
Helldivers.
conversation altogether, like another group of people who just ruins things for others. But like, you can be good at a game and be an asshole. You know, like you can be good at a video game and just be a bad person. And I know
absolutely.
It might be a hot take, but there's a very big difference between minor trolling, joking around that means nothing at the end of the day, and being just a total asshole to everybody.
Well, it's because trolling is supposed to be funny. And that's not what people do anymore. People like old to old trolling, you know? My fourth cat right outside. Welcome back. Old trolling, you know, the little troll face, like the smirk. Yeah, old trolling was supposed to be funny. It was supposed to be humorous. It was supposed to be humorous at someone else's detriment, but it was still supposed to be funny. Thank you for the pets, human. Trolling got changed and from being haha at your own like haha I messed with you in some way, it got changed into like I just want to piss you off. People are just mean now. Yeah, trolling nowadays is no, I just want to piss you off. It's not meant to be funny. I just want to troll you. New trolling is being a dick. Yeah, exactly. So like old trolling used to be, you know, like putting a Maywall in front of somebody who was coming out of spawn, but only holding it for a second or two and then dropping it and be like, I locked you in spawn, right? New trolling is putting a Maywall in spawn and not dropping it for the entire duration of the wall because you want your team to lose. Totally different things, same action.
On video games that are supposed to be fun. You know, Marvel Rivals, I think, is a great example of this because it is a game I'm in the community of right now where I'm pretty silent. Like, I watch what people do. I will talk about the game on my channel, and that's it. But the amount of games I've queued into where people are just being totally verbally abusive to each other, not in like a funny way, but in a, oh, why didn't you do this? You suck. Why don't you keep yourself?
Yeah, because people... Sometimes it's whether or not people want to win or lose. And then other times I feel like it's because people like don't want a bad experience. Right? I don't care if I win or lose a game. I really don't. I want to have a fun time in the match that I am playing. If I lose the game, but it was fun, there was a lot of back and forths, people died, people got kills, people died, people got kills, and I lose, then it's like, that could feel like a win because I had fun. But there are genuinely some games that like, you get in and you're either getting steamrolled and you're like, I might as well just sit and spawn, or you're just nuking the enemy team and it's like, well, I'm just going to sit here and let my team get all the kills. And I think that's a lot to do with how bad matchmaking can be, I think.
Safe, but not,
but yeah.
You know, actually, the other meaning for KYS that you can't really say on YouTube anymore. You know, you shouldn't be playing this game. You're garbage. And like, it can be in quick match where it's non-competitive. It's just playing the game, or it can be in competitive lobbies. In fact, I've been in many competitive lobbies that are nicer and more cordial than many quick match lobbies.
Yeah, I feel like this one has something to do with, I think this has something to do with the mentality. Like, I've seen this a lot. And you guys might be aware of it as well. There's a lot of like hardcore quick play sweats. The people, yeah, quick play warriors. There's a lot of quick play warriors. It sounds like Overwatch. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Ruby? There's a lot of quick play warriors out there who don't have the confidence to go into rank. So they go be aggressive in quick play because it doesn't mean anything. There's no punishment or whatever. And then you get into ranked, and sometimes genuinely people just play ranked like quick play. They turn everything off. They don't give a shit. If they win, they win. If they lose, they lose. And that's it. People literally play ranked just for the better matchmaker quality and nothing else. And the people, the quick play warriors who are getting hyper aggressive don't want to be put in an environment where they're like where it actually matters. They want to be aggressive with no number associated with it. To be honest, I'm just happy this guy is talking about actual assholes and not casual players.
Like,
yeah, that's
a
fair.
Very big oxymoron, right? And I have this problem with people where I think that everybody thinks what they do and who they are is more important than it is. Now,
that can be said for a lot of things in life. That can be said for a lot of things. That is, hey, look, it's Delta. That is main character syndrome. And that happens everywhere.
I don't want to devalue people.
No, you should. Some people need it.
But at the end of the day, like what I do, you know, for me, for content creation, there is a lot of hard work that people don't see, but it's a different type of work, right? And there are way harder jobs than what I do. I think for me, a lot of the hardest part of what I do.
I really wish content creators would cut themselves some slack. Like, content creators are like, there's a lot harder jobs out there. I'm like, yeah, dude, and there's a lot fucking easier jobs too. Like, do you know how easy it is to sit in an office for 6 to 8 hours a day and just copy Excel sheets into other Excel sheets? Like, do you know how easy it is to sit at the cash register and not do anything? Like, people genuinely underestimate just how difficult being a content creator is. And it's not just on what you need to do as a content creator through marketing and actual, you know, thing development, multiple skills that come into being it, but also the mental. When you work at a fucking Best Buy, or you work at or you're just another cog in the machine, you don't gotta worry about your fucking payments. You don't have to worry about whether or not you're going home with a check, right? You don't have to worry about interacting. Give the ball. You don't have to worry about interacting in social environments and worrying about that level of shit, right? In content creation, if something you make goes poorly, that's a direct internal reflection. That hits your mental really fucking hard. You're not going to have that at a desk job. You're going to be like, oh well. And I don't know, man, dude, some content creators, I think the space has dehumanized content creators to the point where they're just like, oh, well, I get to play video games, therefore it's easy. I was like, the fuck it is. The fuck it is, dude. It's so much work.
Is mental issues. Is like putting hours and hours into something, it doing bad, and then...
See? Yeah, many people take content creators as the higher. Yeah, because real content creators, not the, like, there are content creators. Yes, there are content creators that are really high up that it is easy for because they've done all of the legwork and now they pay other people to do the difficult things for them and now it's easy for them. But that's like fucking 200, 300, maybe 400 people in the entire internet. Like, that is not a lot of people. Everyone else has to struggle to make ends meet, and most of the time don't. You know what I mean? If I could go over all of the shit that I would normally like need to do, it's a lot. Like, to break everything down as small as I possibly can, it's a lot of work to be a content creator. It really is. Because if you want to actually make it and grow, It's a lot.
For jobs than what I do. I think for me, a lot of the hardest part of what I do is mental issues. Is like putting hours and hours into something, it doing bad, and then blaming yourself, you know?
Yep.
Whereas like somebody working in a coal mine, they're going to face totally different dangers. Or somebody who's a first responder, they're going to be dealing with something totally different. But I don't think a lot of these
I love that the Venom is completely ignoring the fucking res beacon.
creators, and I don't think a lot of kids.
Not gonna lie, content creation sounds too stressful. Yeah, because the difference is that content creation is not. It's not physical labor. So it's not hard in the aspect that it is not a blue collar job. You're not welding, you're not framing, you're not going out on a field to do work in the hot sun. But there's a lot of fucking jobs that aren't that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of jobs, period, that aren't blue collar work, that are considerably easier in the day-to-day running of it. It's hard, but it's hard for different reasons. Yeah, exactly.
Who are watching them and who are mimicking their attitudes. It's kind of like people watching like the alpha male videos, you know, online and stuff, the non-meme ones. I don't think that they have.
Pop your shield for your crit. Pop your shield for your crit ally. Pop your shield for your crit ally. Pop your shield. Pop your shield. Use your shield. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Still not be someone that you want to emulate and copy the behavior of, you know? Like there's a lot of people who are great at skills, but they might not necessarily be nice people. And yet one of the things that's ruining our world is the fact that everybody is a dick to each other.
I think that's society. Even streaming on Twitch is exhausting for me. Yeah, because you need to have a presence. You need to be an entertainer. You need to be able to be social. You need to be able to read cues in chat. You need to be able to know when to ignore things, when to talk about things, when to, like, there's just a lot of mental gymnastics. It's like constantly standing up on a stage in front of people, talking to them for hours on end, watching people literally filter in and out on whether or not you're entertaining enough. It's fucking hard. But I kind of honestly believe a lot of this whole, like, everyone's dicks to each other, I think it stems from pressure from external sources, right? Like, people are a lot less inclined to be assholes to other people if they feel secure in their life. If they feel like they have enough money to eat, that they don't have to stress about work, that they have time that they can take off, that they can just breathe. A lot of people are angry just from heavy quantities of stress from living, and they're trying to find an outlet to take that stress and anger and put it into something else, and it just happens to be other people, right? Like, we're at that point in society where everyone is stressed and people play video games to de-stress, and it doesn't work.
You know, like, you can't go on a video game without it being divided. And again, not in a trolly way, not in a...
The mindset of you need to be the best. If you're not the best, you're trash. Also that.
Call of Duty MW2 2009 lobbies way, where it's like, I'm not excusing it, but it's like people throwing around slurs and just dumb stuff, and like nobody means anything they're saying. They're just...
Yeah, I was around then. That's nostalgia glasses, because that is not what happened. No, there were 14, 15, 16-year-olds throwing around racially charged slurs that did 100% mean it. The difference is that you wouldn't play with them again. The lobby would end, you'd get shuffled into a new lobby, and new people would show up. So it didn't matter, not because they didn't mean it, but it didn't matter because they would just disappear at the end of the lobby. It'd just go away, and you get somebody else. Oh, they were very angry. Call of Duty gamers were always angry. I played since, like, Modern Warfare 1 in 2007, dude. Call of Duty players have always been angry. It's just like, it didn't have the same staying power because no one took it seriously. Because there was no competitive on 2007 COD. No one gave a shit. There was no competitive. No one cared. Like, no one took it seriously. So, yeah, they meant the slurs, but it didn't have weight behind it because it didn't matter.
Being an idiot, it's not even excusable in that way. Again, you can have your own conversation about that language, but like, it wasn't ever meant to mean anything back then. It was always just people trolling each other, being a moron, because most of them were teenagers.
I mean, honestly, a lot of people back in the day when I played, like, the N-word really wasn't tossed around. Like, calling people a cunt, that wasn't tossed around. Like, when people talk about, like, oh, it was derogatory and, like, doing, I don't know, maybe the N-word was tossed around. But most of the time when the N-word got tossed around, it was by people who sounded black. So, like, whatever. But honestly, most of the time, it was just retard. That was it. Because, like, 2012, 2011, and before, the word retard really, like, was used in a insultive, derogatory way, but people didn't take it in an insultive, derogatory way as heavily as they do now, because nowadays people put a weight on that word, and they kept putting a weight on that word post 2010, 2011, and they kept adding more value to the word over time, and now it's a derogatory word because now humanity has given it that weight. You know what I mean? I could throw. I hear the N-word a lot in Overwatch. Yeah, it's fair. What does cunt even mean? It's normally a derogatory term for females. I don't really want to get into it, but that's all you need to know.
Or emotionally stunted adults. But now,
Jesus Christ, what a thing to come back into.
I feel like gaming is more rude than it's ever been openly.
That's fair. That's fair. Because back in the day, people were assholes, but they were assholes without microphones. Because to get a microphone and talk on a game, especially on a console, it was kind of a lot of money, and like, you didn't need to do it. Nowadays, everyone's got a headset, everyone's got a microphone, everyone's got a webcam, like, everyone has a mic and they can express it. You didn't have that very much earlier, so like, running into it was considerably less frequent, because like, you might have like 6 people in a you might have like 6 people in a lobby of like 12 to 24 people who had mics. You know what I mean?
You know, like, I've started getting back into RuneScape lately.
Whenever I played Overwatch as a little kid, no one really played with a microphone.
I don't really talk to anybody. That's a series I'll probably cover more on JRPG, my role-playing game channel. While there is like better moderation to every,
a cheap wired earphones is enough to get your, yeah, exactly.
Like, where people can get banned for just being rude, and there are a lot of sensitive people.
Dude, that's a whole fucking other story. The faking of being offended. Dude, the whole concept of I'm offended by that, just so you can use that as a target against other people. You're not fucking offended, dude. I've heard what you've said in private. You're not offended. You're just pretending to be offended so you can witch hunt the other person. That's like, dude, I want to almost call that. See, I was going to say white knighting and then black knighting, but I don't want to do the whole like black is always bad thing, because that's a whole other story. But it's specifically like feigning offendedness to try to like get other people to attack the person who did it. Like, it's really, really fucking shitty. Because back in the day, if you were offended by something, people would just call you a pussy and like, man up. Nowadays, everyone is like, oh, you're offended, let's go get the guy that offended you. And people are weaponizing that, which is really bad, because there are some people who get genuinely hurt by stuff. That is not okay. And now it's like, okay, are you actually offended, or are you pretending to be offended so that way the other person gets dogpiled? Like, yeah.
Point is,
witch hunt basically means, I can't believe you guys never heard of witch hunt. Witch hunt means, we'd say a streamer says a thing, and then somebody calls out the streamer, it gets a shit ton of views, and now a bunch of people are going after the streamer for it. That's witch hunting. That's like a community coming together to go after a specific person.
Isn't that we shouldn't
Humanity is trying to be human, and it's confusing. Very fair.
Censor every game and every interaction with people.
Sorry, lean back up here.
And there are a lot of sensitive people. My point isn't that we should censor every game and every interaction with people. But my point is, I feel like people should just be better people from the get-go.
Yeah.
We shouldn't need all these moderation tools. We shouldn't need people going back through game replays to see someone calling you the N-word, to know that...
I still just feel like the nature of games has led itself to that point. Because it kind of always exists in competitive games, but I do kind of feel like competitive games have become more in the public space. You have Valorant, you got CSGO, you have Marvel Rivals, you have Overwatch. Like those competitive games are becoming very much more popular, very market share wise have become bigger. And that just breeds toxicity, period. So you can't really get away from it. Because a game like Battlefield, right, dude? A game like Battlefield, I almost never heard any toxicity in Battlefield because you don't fucking matter. You're 1 out of 30 fucking people on your team. If you did the worst in the entire lobby, no one gives a shit. You're just a cog in a machine. No one cares. But when you're doing bad on a 6-person or 5-person team, dude, you just get targeted because it does matter. I was doing the dishes. Did someone ask about the origin of a certain C word, or were you thinking out loud? Somebody asked. I just didn't want to go into it.
A dick, right? We shouldn't need all of these things. People should be able to work their job, go home, and play a video game in peace. People should be able to work their job, go home, and play.
So there's a Hawkeye right there that you could
a video.
You could shoot and kill, and you're just ignoring. Okay.
In peace. You know, people should be able to get into a team-based game and learn to work as a team, or move the people who.
I think that's the other problem, IMO. I think there's a whole other thing of there are a lot of people who don't want to play games with other people, right? Like, raise your hand in chat if a majority of the time when you go to play games, you're playing it alone. Because that type of play style going into games that require team-based activity results in a bunch of 6 people playing alone, not coordinated, and not giving the game what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Yeah, I prefer to play alone. I like being alone. Yeah. So in games like Battlefield or Call of Duty, where it's not team-based, you have, or not small team-based, where you have a bunch of other people who can carry or anchor, you don't matter. So no one's going to be toxic because you don't matter. And a bunch of individuals can play and it's totally fine. The second you get into games like Overwatch, or you get into games like Rivals, or you get into games like Rainbow Six Siege, or you get into games like Valorant, or you get into games like CSGO, where the entire game's weight is based around the 6 people interacting and being a team together, and you get 6 people who just play video games alone, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So a lot of games nowadays are leaning in that path, and people are losing the multiplayer jump in with a team of 10 other people and just hanging out and chilling and not doing anything. We don't have that anymore. It's all small teamwork based games, and people don't want to do that. People want to go play TDM. People are going to want to do their own shit, you know? For Minecraft, it's better that way. You should be responsible to what you say, but if people end up bothering you about it, so be it. Yeah.
Who are kind of a cancer in that community out. But I do feel like instead what we've done kind of as a world is reward people for acting this way. You know, we reward people for acting cocky. We reward people for being just outright rude.
Do we?
It's a catch-22 because it's like if you look at some of the best competitive gamers, they're not nice. Like some of them are, but look at the fighting game community. There are plenty of nice people. But I remember my first interaction with a person in the fighting game community was and this was somebody who was doing esports level, was them like ragging on normal old players. And this was on an old Twitter I don't have anymore. I deleted it, so it's not even findable. But like they were ragging on just average players who play the game. You know, the lifeblood of a fighting game.
Yeah.
People who make up 99% of the sales, and without them, support is pulled. And they
if you want to play a team-based battle game, but you want to play it alone, get on TF2. That's the thing is like you can't stop people from playing the team-based games solo. Like I play team-based games solo all the time. I will now and then work with my teammates in a capacity of I am a solo player. I want to help that teammate. But hey, surprise, a lot of people who play video games are introverted and don't want to interact with other people.
That
the absence of punishment for this sort of thing is a reward of itself. Okay, yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair.
Saying how bad it made the game and how stupid it was.
The fighting community is fucking brutal. I know nothing about it.
Players and stuff. And I kind of pointed out, like, well, why would they cater to the 0.5 or 1%? You know, not that they can't do that, not that your balance feedback isn't important, because a lot of these guys will understand the fighting game technically
better
and the mechanics behind it far better than normal people.
Yeah, but you also, there's a big problem with like, balance is really, really tough because balancing things in video games comes down to who's going to enjoy it the most. And like, if you have a game where a lot of your general players are fun, right? Where, or a lot of general players think it's fun, because they get to play these couple of characters and they really like it and they're enjoying the game. And then, and then you go into the higher ranks and the higher ranks are like, dude, I am so bored of this. This one character has been overtuned for like, you know, months. But the reason why it's overtuned is because the general populace can't really use that character effectively. So they needed to overtune the character so that most players can get value from it. So you end up in this really shitty situation of, do you balance for most players and have it so that most players have fun with a character, or do you balance it for the people who are most viewed in the public eye? Like, because you can try, but it's really, 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 really hard to balance a character through every skill range, you know?
But I look at someone like Maximilian, dude, you know, who's a huge fighting game content creator, who, you know, I know people will be like, oh, I don't like how he plays this, or, oh, I don't care for that, or whatever. But in general, unless I'm missing a big section of his life, he's somebody I follow because he's just genuinely nice to people. Like, he can be good at a game, or bad at a game, or get out of practice with a game and get back in practice. And I never see him just being a dick to people. You know, I never see him pushing people away from the game. His goal is to always bring people into these things, because it's supposed to be fun. And like, to me, that's what the top tier players, whether you are, you know, a teenager,
that man just so altered that poor thing.
Master rank, or,
wait, hang on.
And like, to me, that's
right there.
The top tier players, whether you are, you know,
that fucking Doctor Strange just solo ulted the thing back there. That's so fucking funny. He was gonna lose that fight and he was like, nah, fuck you. That's too funny. And the Wolverine does not go to help, apparently.
And you are a Grandmaster rank or whatever in Marvel Rivals, and you don't have a job and you don't need a job because you're in high school, or you are a 35-year-old man or woman who, like, this is your career, right, is like esports. I don't understand the hubris that these people get, where they get to this level of skill and all of a sudden everybody who isn't there doesn't matter. And they think that game design should...
I agree, there is a lot of hubris.
But you look at something like Marvel Rivals, that lost... I mean, I've seen so many projections, but I believe just based on PC numbers, the player count was down like 70% this season. I still love the game. I've been enjoying it.
Well, that's new game runoff, though.
I like Krakoa. I've liked a lot of stuff. I have criticisms. I share my criticisms. But, like, if I was the best player in the world, and I was looking at the fact that those numbers were down 70%, I'm sure I would still have my opinion, but you know what I would also realize? Well, maybe the opinion of that 70% of people is also going to matter, because without them, this game I like is going to go away.
Yep.
You know, this is the nature of these online games, these multiplayer games.
They live and die by the majority of players.
That they get into them, whether they're good or bad, but often it gets worse the better they get, I feel like. And they just get verbally abusive and weird about it. It's like, it's pushed.
People put too much personal weight on being good in a video game. People feel like they're better than other people because, again, they can move a piece of plastic faster and more accurately than others. And for some reason, we've incentivized that.
Me away from doing.
Do they go out to socialize? Other people not afraid to communicate properly? Lovely, yeah.
Game chat in anything, like ever. You know, like.
Well, it also changes when you grow up.
I go into a public lobby in RuneScape, like just a normal world. I don't talk to people. I just talk to my friends, and that's it. You know, I go into GTA Online. I don't ever go on the mic on there. I just talk to my friends privately, and that's it.
And it's funny he brings this up because I literally mentioned this earlier.
Like, people used to be verbally abusive, but I feel like it was trolling. Whereas nowadays it feels less like trolling and more like people are just so mad in general and have such a ego and hubris in general that they get in, they think they're the main character, they think they're the protagonist of life, something I've talked about in general with people before. Like,
main character syndrome is real.
Have this point of view, especially in the West, of like, I'm number one, I see things from my point of view, therefore I'm the main character and I matter. And they don't just drag those things into real life with like politics and their job and go into the gas station and just being a dick for no reason. They don't just go out into the world and do that. They also take it online onto a recreational activity. And in almost any other recreational activity, this would be acceptable. That's something people have to understand. Like, yeah, I agree with some criticisms of like how people have gotten soft. You know, like there are some people who have gotten soft. Like where words bother them too much.
I also agree with this.
In general bother them too much, and they call for censorship of video games and censorship of comics and censorship of this and that.
I agree with this.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about just basic having human decency. Just the basic understanding of empathy and understanding, wow, I had a garbage day. Maybe the guy I'm playing against on Marvel or on Street Fighter or whatever, maybe he had a garbage day too. Maybe I shouldn't be a shithead to him. You know, just understanding that basic level of human empathy. It seems like it was more understood back.
Well, there's also the anonymity of it all. Of like, and the etherealness of it's going to go away after that match. You know? Because you don't know these people, you don't interact with these people, you get upset with them, and then you move on with your life. And being able to get upset with somebody and move on with your life makes it feel not as bad. You know?
When it was just trolling messages about your mom and the N-word than it is now. Like nowadays, the words.
It's almost time for dogs hourly payment using your eyeballs.
Slurs or things like this, because you're more likely to get banned. But it feels like the meaning is more mean-spirited. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I genuinely feel.
Yeah, because words only have the weight that you give them. And so basically what he's describing is that like back in the day, people didn't give the words any weight because people didn't care. And now people give the words weight, and then other people use that extra weight to say the words, basically.
Like people now.
The bar's low and people bring the shovel. Yeah, people dig it deeper.
Ready to pick fights over the most baseless things. And I've seen it push my friends away from games that are fun, pull them out of those communities. I've seen it push people online away from communities that are fun. It just feels like people get online and they have a mindset of not even, if you mess with me, I'll mess with you, but I'm going to go out of my way to fuck you over. And I don't understand it. I feel like whatever level you're at,
it's literally bullying.
Great player.
I think that's just what it is. Oh, it is 4. We'll finish off this video. I think it's bullying. And it's the purest form of bullying in the aspect of like, I'm upset with either the game, I'm upset with either my day or whatever, and it's just gonna feel good to get that frustration out in a meaningful way. Like, I need to get this frustration out in a way that impacts somebody else. So I'm just gonna target somebody on my team and do it to them because they're the weakest and they're the most easily targetable. Like, weak people can still be bullies. You know what I mean? Like, people who aren't good at video games can still be bullies. People who are not extroverted can still be bullies. You could be meek and small and soft and tiny and still be a bully if you just get aggravated. You can still bully other people. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of what it comes down to, is people just like, I'm just grumpy and upset. I need to take this out on someone, and it's going to be easy because I'm not going to see this person again. Abuse ain't just physical. Yeah.
It's not something that should be acceptable. And video game companies, I do think, should listen to fans. I do think should listen to players.
That jumped, though.
And sometimes that 1% of players does matter. You know, like, I watch Ninja sometimes. I used to meme on the dude. But, like, I watch him sometimes, and you know what? Overall, pretty nice guy, pretty chill, pretty mellow. And sometimes he brings up a great point with a game he's playing, like Fortnite. And it's like, yeah, this dude totally understands, like, what he's talking about technically. But
You're gonna die here. You need to leave. Yeah.
If he's not picking a fight with somebody, you know what I mean? Like, I would be much more likely to listen to him because he's being a
run, Wolverine, run!
Person who's not a psychopath who goes on the internet to ruin someone's day. I just don't get it. I'm okay with trolling. I'm okay with jokes. I'm okay with stuff like that. I'm very forgiving. I'm not somebody who would go back through the Xbox 360 chat logs from 15 years ago and cancel somebody. Right? I've talked about that kind of thing. I've said how stupid I think that is.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these words have been flippantly used without meaning by people, where they don't understand deeper context behind them and nothing is meant by it. You can argue amongst yourselves if you think that's good or not. I don't, but it's just an explanation of why people behaved the vulgar way they did in the past online. But nowadays, I actually think these things are coming from a genuinely
hateful
place where it's driving people away from games. It's driving.
Is this Jeff not going to go off the map with
gamers
him?
They think we're all psycho losers, genuinely, and it's driving gamers away from wanting to be friends with each other. You know, I have run a Let's Play channel, Degenerate Plays, down below, podcast style Let's Play channel. You should
solution: make therapy more accessible. I think the solution is
we hang out, we play games, right? One thing I've pushed my audience to do there, or even here,
it's kind of tough because it's like, stop taking the words of a 14-year-old on the internet seriously. If someone's constantly calling you an N-word and like doing whatever, just assume they're underage and then don't care anymore. Hi, Shake. And then on top of that, to make it easier for people who are older, just help with people's living. Like get it to a point where people feel good about the work that they did and they come home and they can chill out on the game and they're not stressed from work and life and using it to escape. Like, give people better lives and they're more likely to not be assholes online. Like
if you don't have friends, talk to people. Make
get a stress ball, yeah.
Within reason. Okay, don't get yourself killed. But like try to connect with people. That's something I want.
Going to toxic games not to be toxic sometimes, and it feels like trolling.
Stuff like that. From the multiple channels I run, people are afraid to talk to each other. Because they don't know if someone else is just going to be a psycho bitch to them. They don't know if someone's going to fly off the handle and literally go after them for no reason. There's just this unacceptable level of immaturity on the internet that I genuinely do believe is now from a more mean-spirited place than it has ever been. And I don't think it benefits anyone. I know this is a little bit aimless in terms of my critique, and it probably won't change anything. But, like, it's why I don't like interacting with online games anymore with other people. I will get in them, I will play my role, and I will shut it off and talk to my friends. And it sucks that that's the way it is now. But that's just
there's not much. There's not as much as a sense of community.
Hear your thoughts. Hopefully,
Mike Tyson, I love that quote.
It's that you should try to be a decent person to other people.
That's suck, I know.
You know,
your eyeballs pay for dogs' food, though.
Okay, he's kind of going in circles now, which is fine. But yeah, People are a lot braver with how dickish they'll be when there's no risk of getting punched in the teeth. Yeah. And I do also think like it's easier to consider the enemy team as bots, you know? Like it's easier to consider enemies as not human beings who are also playing the game, but just some random abstract thought, right? And it's tough. There's been a lot of change in the gaming space. There's been a lot of change in the world, which I think also leads into the gaming space. And especially if you're kind of an old hat who's been around since the beginning of it and seeing what it's gotten into and how different and bad it is compared to what it used to be, kind of sucks. But yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys had a fun time. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. Again, we'll be live tomorrow. I might be dead tomorrow because I think I'm getting the tires in, which is gonna be a whole fucking process to get those back on the bike. But we will be live tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do 9 souls. It depends on how my thumb is feeling. If it's not feeling up to that, maybe I could do something with on keyboard, or we just hang out and yap. But if we hang out and yap, it might be a 3-hour stream. We'll see. I thought you were playing the game. No, it was a video. It was a video. But yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. And hey, leaderboard for bits resets tomorrow. So if you want to start strong for Moist or Banana.